Let's get some music. Haven't done this in a while. Anyways, thanks. Happy Thursday. Do. Oh, wait, did I update the... Yeah, it's fine. Gotta figure out what we want to do today. Just gonna post this on Twitter. Or Cauldron. Chronicles. Development. Our open world alchemy game. Exclamation point. What are we working on today? What do we want to do? We could do more puzzles. Explorable dungeon mineshaft. Do the animals. We'll think about it. Working on new content. After the release of our... We're supposed to be working on new content today. Hashtag game dev. Hashtag indie dev. Hashtag solo dev. For now. Hashtag give me 5. All the hashtags. Post. Okay, good. Taken care of. Making an Among Us collab next week. If you'd be interested. I actually don't play Among Us. I'm that one weird guy that never played it. Maybe it would be fun though. Uninvited. Okay, let's close this. Do. Plastic. Just the sound of that bit. For this one, for this music, we actually don't need to play the rain sounds, but I kind of like them. They're pretty chill. Had a weird collab experience yesterday. Managed to wind up with a guy who didn't really like being the butt of jokes, so. And that makes for the best stream content. Like, bro, just can you just be one of the guys for like 2 minutes? Who's the collab organizer? So maybe like some, just some like control issues or something. Like because he's the organizer, he's got to be the. I'm the one in charge. You can't make fun of me because I'm the person in charge of this. I could kick you at any moment. Maybe not that far, but. Well, here it is. We could do some more open world puzzles. Maybe. I don't know what we would do though. We had a nice collab, but I'd like you to stop making fun of me. I mean, how much did you do it? Let's put it that way. Did you like do it the same as anybody else? Open world puzzles. Hopefully. I don't want to make the puzzles too like crazy, but if we can add like just a couple puzzles in here. Things the player might have to guess about. I'd be down for it. Still because I told him that bugs in Helldivers 2 were easier. And to prove a point, he played robots and got the bugs are absolutely easier. Holy shit, are the automatons are so difficult. You know, we have to know to see how much I joke, yeah. Yeah. But it's like anybody who's played, I don't know, up to level 10 in Helldivers probably knows the difference between level 5 bugs, level 5 automatons. It's not even close. Yeah, imagine with the new environmental effects and shit. New mission? No, I haven't played in a while, like a week or so. Like I said, I got a Skyrim mod pack. I've done it to myself. New Warbong. Shit, maybe I do need to log in. And I mean, you have, I heard that for some reason you guys are poisoning planets to permanently rid them of bugs. Something tells me that ain't gonna go the way people think it's gonna go. That's gonna be now there are poisonous planets and the bugs have evolved. Like, that's all it's gonna mean. It's just Joel fucking with people. You know what, I know it, everybody knows it. Missions are absolute ass destroyers. Where do we want to put a puzzle? So the sequence boom 3 battle titans every time. Oh, Jesus. What kind of puzzles do we want? You know, because this isn't much of a puzzle, right? This tree. It's cool, but it isn't much of a puzzle. It's more of a... So why is my... Hold on. My performance is so much better today. Weird. Made it generic. Well, we can do potion-related puzzles. That's not a problem. I just would need to refactor that function I made yesterday. Which we knew we would have to do. But I wanted this up and running to see if it worked and felt good. I don't want a generic system. Every single potion kind of game has a generic system. It ain't fun. It's overdone. Giving players the power to make what they want is so much better. And a lot of this is going to make more sense too when we have the right effects in place. Mutating plants and potions. It could be done. I almost feel like that would be a better system when you can throw potions, though. Rather than being a generic prompt that you know does something, it would be more interesting if it was something you didn't know if it could happen. But I do like that. We could work on throwing. Like I said, I mean, that's the type of potion combat that I want, and I don't mind how many iterations of the alchemy system we have to go through. I don't mind if we have to go down a route of making it easier to make bulk potions. That's okay to me. Upgrading your cauldron size, meaning that now you create 2 potions instead of 1, right? Shit like that. That's easy to do. Easy. But there are so many interesting things we can do with the player being able to throw potions, like combat, like throwing them on plants to mutate them, throwing them on obstacles to remove them. Throwing it on this tree instead of just interacting with the tree, you know? That removes a menu. Great. You know, +1 for the game. Yeah, fuck it. Let's work on throwing. Let me make a new branch. Fuck this branch. All my homies hate this branch. Throwing potion onto your flowers to make flowers grow on it that you can harvest. Yeah, I mean, I love shit like that. I mean, this is just the first iteration of our alchemy system. Number 1 of unknown. You know, I've heard... I'll call them horror stories because they can sometimes just feel like that, but... horror stories of the number of times certain systems have had to go through iterations. The largest I've heard was over 30 times from somebody. They said one of the main systems just kept not feeling perfect, and they kept iterating and iterating, and they had to do it 30 times before it felt good. It is what it is, right? You want to make something special, you have to push into the realm of special. But special doesn't always mean marketable. And that's a problem I see a lot of indie devs making. You know, they're good at like programming, they're good at making art, but they don't know how to make something that's marketable. And then you get those weird few that then like complain about gamers because nobody downloaded their game. It's like, bro, you just didn't make anything that people wanted. It's interesting as an art, as a piece of art, but it's not marketable. You have to give people like incentive to download your game. And a lot of times that comes from a good-looking game with good-looking gameplay. Okay, I don't even know how we... Well, I think first step is just click button, throw potion in an arc. Like, that is number 1. It doesn't matter what potion it is right now. I don't even need it to be removed from the player's inventory. It just needs to, when I click, a potion is thrown and hits a spot. And leaves like a mesh. Just spawns a mesh. Like, that's it. And I don't know how to do this. Well, let's start with the input action. Input action throw. You know, I'll do throw potion. Put that. It'd probably be in the core. I need to check. I need to check which input actions we remove when the player is going into alchemy. Yeah, I gotta see that. I think we remove core, but I could be wrong. IMC default. Why do we add that? Man, why does OSRS have so many banger songs? Okay, so we do remove default. So we can put it into default. Content. Yeah, let's see, let's do throw potion. Left mouse button. Okay, for now we will just print hello. Just to make sure that it isn't triggered when we don't want it to, you know? Especially here on like the alchemy table, right? We don't want to we don't want to throw potions when we're making potions. But I think it's pretty okay. Okay, I need to just figure out like how to make a arc mesh. How to determine that arc and display it to the player, because I do want the player to see where they're throwing a potion, right? That to me is core to the experience of throwing a potion, not just chuck it and hope it hits the right place, right? I mean, these are your potions. You don't want to miss with them. You don't want to fuck up. Let's see, UE5 grenade arc. I did kind of look into this already, and I think this method that I found was pretty... If I remember correctly, it was pretty performance intensive. Let me look at this one.
Hello everyone.
Hello. Okay, but it doesn't actually follow that arc perfectly. Let me... I just want to make sure of that. Requisitioning advanced weaponry. Calling down reinforcements! Okay, it does appear to follow that. Okay, just show me. A projectile movement is what kind of component, though? How the voice changes depending on the situation. The VAs did such a good job of screaming during. Yeah, the game is. Okay, I'll say this. It's the same kind of thing that I classify like Red Dead Redemption as. Red Dead Redemption 2. Where it's almost this action simulation game. What kind of component is this? And we have two really good examples now of this working to exceptional results. If it's done properly, with Helldivers and Red Dead 2. Okay, just missed it. Go back. Just a projectile movement component. Updates the position of another component during its tick. Behaviors such as bouncing after impacts and homing toward a target are supported. Interesting. This is the kind of stuff in Unreal that's just... You don't realize that it's built into the engine until you need it. And it's pretty crazy. Okay, branch. Draw debug sphere. That's on the throw. Did I miss the arc? There's so much Space King. That rings a bell. But this doesn't show me the coding arc, or the throwing arc. Am I crazy? Who puts WSDA for movement? Whoever writes WSDA, it's always WASD. Oh, okay, yeah, it's that Warhammer thing, yeah. I feel like this doesn't actually tell me how to make the prediction arc. Am
I create.
Okay. Detect edges. What the hell? Oh, that's a... I don't know why I clicked on that. Wait, what? No, that was the right thing. Grenade aiming. Oh, I think I accidentally clicked next video. Damn it. Okay. Let me see what it looks like in the final bits here. Oh my god, that's so slow though. That ain't gonna work. Yeah, but that won't draw the arc necessarily. Okay. I don't necessarily want GPTs. GPT is trained mostly on Unreal Engine 4. It doesn't always help in this regard. Sometimes it just makes shit up too. Grenade ref. Like, there's literally a predict projectile path node here. Why are you doing this in third person, though, bro? No, they're not using that component, it doesn't look like. There's no reference to the component here. He's spawning a, yeah, spawning in a spline, imagine. Look at that weird movement. This is what I wanted to avoid. It's just too chunky and it's absolutely slowing things down. This is not the right way to do it. The performance is just, it's just ass. Is there official documentation on it? $20. I don't think I would have problems making it. I just want to find one that's performant. I mean, this one looked good. But it just, I don't seem to see where it's actually being explained. Oh, he seems to be pulling it from his ALS number 44. Alright, let me see if I can find that. Where even would it be? 44, where's 44? There's grenade cancel throwing, but predicted projectile path. Yeah, I know that. I need to see the nodes and if there's any specific component that's used and how you do it. Because I know that the way you do it is you get those nodes and then you draw it along that path. I understand that. That's not the question. Is that advanced node? Yeah, it's that node. I mean, that is what we want, but I need to... The way that I've seen that node being used has not been performant. This guy made one that is more performant. And maybe it doesn't show up because we're streaming at 30 FPS, but the other one that I was looking at that used that node, it was extremely laggy, like having the FPS while the prediction was going on. That's not acceptable. This one didn't seem to have that problem, so I want to see how he does it. By trace channel. Maybe. I mean, but even then, if it lowers it by that much, that's not acceptable. I think the way he was doing it, because he was for eaching on that node every single tick and then looping it back into itself for some reason. I don't know. I don't understand, but whatever it wasn't the right way to do it. So I'm going to watch this and see what he's doing here with it. Okay, just to start location, he's getting the forward vector, the velocity, trace channel, camera. I guess the out path positions is the array of vectors. I don't know. I'm curious how distant that is, because if it's an array of like... I think by trace channel it is different though. Because this is by object type, right? We don't want object type. And the one before was using the advanced node. Yeah, but I want to know how many points it is, right? I want to know what determines that. I can't just throw this in here. I want to understand this first. That's my goal. See, like, I didn't know draw debug point was an existing node. So, you know, we need to watch this to understand it. And I want to know the distance between those nodes. Pick the path of virtual affected gravity. Collision checks along the arc, returns a list of positions. Turns true if it hits something if tracing with collision. Okay. Yes, but it's by object type, not by trace channel. Those are two very different things. So there are two things in Unreal related to the collision. There are object channels and there are trace channels. Trace channels can be used when doing a line trace, and object channels are physical objects with different responses to different trace channels or different objects. So you can prevent or create collision between two objects, or turn off collision between two objects. Yes, but I don't care about the object yet. I care about drawing that debug. We need to take things one step at a time. I'm not looking to do this necessarily quickly, I'm looking to do it correctly. Okay, he's calling a function. Still got some bugs. Let me see if this is the one where he got a performant or if it was causing some issues. That does not look performant to me, buddy. That looks much better. That's so infinitely better than the guy the other one had. Okay, creating a spline component, that's what I thought. That is grenade throwing event graph. I'm curious, is he okay? Position. Yeah, that makes sense. Drawing circles doesn't necessarily slow it down. Add spline point, add end. Yeah, that looks pretty standard so far. Get control rotation. It's an interesting note. I don't know what that one does specifically. I'll have to look that up. I haven't done too much with splines, so that'll be interesting to get into. You might. It's not going to be super relevant for us because we're in first person. And even if in third person, I would still want the player to rotate according to the direction that they're facing if they're looking to throw a potion. So I probably would still use something related to the camera. But we're not in third person yet, so it's not important. Curious, like it... At what point does it clear these splines points? Because you would think that if it's calling this every tick when the player is going to throw the grenade, it's going to have to clear those points to redraw them. Number of spline points -2. Interesting. I don't think so. Well, maybe it is, but it would have to be dynamic because you would need to change the number of points. Like, imagine if you're throwing down a really long area, or throwing up someplace. Drawing a few spline points is not going to be too difficult, right? But of course, the more points you add, the more complexity you get, but you also get more detail. It would specifically just be a point along the spline, so it would be just making a new one, right? So you have just spline points, and then just drawing some debug between them. Or he's using a material actually as the spline mesh specifically, so not a debug, but an actual spline material. As you can see, there's add spline mesh component, yeah. It's just a line of points with tangents that you can then modify to change the curvature. And you can keep adding or subtracting points. Okay, he just uses a spline beam mesh here. What kind of mesh is it? Is it just a half cylinder? Maybe it's just a full cylinder without endpoints. Just a hollow cylinder. I mean, yeah, it's like a line with you can have infinite or as many points as you want, and then adjust the distance, like the location of each point, and then the location of each tangent to change the curvature. Our river uses that actually. I can show you. This is a spline here. And you can see the nodes here on them. And if we click on a specific node, you can see it's a little hard to see, but these are the this is how we can control the curvature on each of them. Lack of collider? You can put anything on a spline if you want, or spawn anything around a spline. It is just a set of points, so you can do quite a lot with it. You don't have to have a mesh, for instance. It can just be it's sets of data, right? He is specifically creating this spline based on the points from the output of the node, adding his mesh to it with his custom material. But I'm very curious how he keeps it performant compared to the other solutions that I've seen. I imagine he gets the last spline point. Next +1. The thing is that the camera is doing micro movements every tick anyway, especially in like first person. This isn't actually that performant to heavy. I think just the way that the other guy was doing it was. Splines are actually very cheap for performance. They're just vectors. But I'm very curious why and how he's getting +1 in the loop. Like, what if he's at the max index already? How do we know that? It should be. That's what I was thinking too. Okay, so it's just calling it the once. But yeah, it looks nice. So does he just put that on tick? I mean, on tick if the player is throwing the grenade, of course, right? I think so, yes. Hit world delta seconds, delay. Show projectile. I might have to listen to this with sound on. I'm curious about his reasoning for some of this. It's very laggy. But it is keeping that debug stuff on screen, right? And the previous one was laggy even when it wasn't drawing debug every frame, right? Of course, drawing debug with frame is, you're gonna have that problem. To some extent. It depends on what you're doing and how far the traces go in. If it has to do a lot of collision checking. It's not really. I wouldn't say drawing too many things is laggy. I mean, I can show you like our tick. We do a trace every tick with our player, right? And there's no issue. We do quite a few traces in actually different areas. And you have to think too with like why would somebody not turn that off? But it's like you think about a shooter game, right? It made an Unreal. You have probably, let's say like a 32 by 32 match in some shooter game. There are probably hundreds, if not over 1,000 traces going on at any one time. Splines you would see with like racing games, might draw some sort of splines at runtime. So it's not the component themselves that are laggy, it's the implementation of it. You can make anything laggy in any engine if you implement it incorrectly. Especially simple data like this. It's just vectors. Like, people would be surprised how fast their computer can do vector math. There he is. There he's clearing spline points. That's what I thought. Yeah. Okay. That's what I thought. He's gonna clear the spline points each time, and then run it through the prediction. Okay, go through each of the components, destroy, clear, just to be safe. Okay, I mean, that's not bad. That's not bad at all. Okay, let's try to recreate this. I want to know what mesh he's using for drawing it though, because I don't have anything as good as that. never not funny. Where's his mesh? He showed it. Very briefly. Can you explain what it is?
Fancy. Spline beam. This is a very small. Where is it? This is a very small cylinder.
Yep.
Nothing else.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it was good. Like, I wasn't listening to the narration, so that obviously makes it more difficult to understand for me. We might listen. I really wish I had that mesh, though, because I don't think I have it. I know it's a cylinder, but... I need the cylinder mesh, but not 3D, but, you know, with hollow... How do I get that? Content, alchemy, art. Throwing. Or let's do potion throwing. I mean, I definitely need a new material. Do... arc prediction. Is this really gonna be my crux of this tutorial of making this? Is that I just need a fucking cylinder? I think it's the way it stretches. You know, because it's a spline mesh, right? So it's something that needs to stretch like this. I mean, I guess cubes could work. Cylinders would just make it look better. It's also something that needs to stretch like this, but also bend. And that's where the cylinder comes in nicely. I mean, I guess I could just use a cylinder that has end caps. I still need a mesh for it though, so maybe I'll just make something in Asset Forge. Where is Asset Forge? I guess I could use this. Fuck it, whatever, I'll just use this. Who cares? I think this is really tiny, but it should work. Beautiful. He did have his already rotated down, though. Hold on. The controls for this are different from Unreal. I always get fucked up each time. X is not up. I don't know why the default for Asset Forge has X is up. X is not up. Unless I'm crazy, I don't know. God damn it. Maybe it is up. Where's it Y? There it is. Okay, I want to see his material setup too. I don't know if it's just the default material.
This is a very small.
Okay, yeah. I'll just set up the material. Oh, here it is. Yeah, that it is. I think it's a. I just need to see which one has only emissive world position offset and pixel depth offset. I think that would be a. No, it's just an ecal. It's surface, but I can't see which one it is. It's gotta be like surface but unlit, right? Yeah, okay, that's what it is. Surface unlit, and he just plugs in that to the emissive. Okay, fine. He boosted up the. I'll just make it green too, because it's easy to see. Actually, pink might be easier to see. He made it really emissive. I don't know if we want to do that. What did he do? Just boost up the value, or just? Oh no! Did I close it? I always close stuff by accident. I literally just did 100 for green. Make it blue? That'll be hard to see against the sky though. Try that for the moment. We'll see if that works. Spline utility. I mean, it's a custom event, but where does he call it? It's got to be on tick, but only if throwing is active, right? So we would need another input action for like the right click. Input auction. Break throw. Oh, it's not in here. It's in. We want it in default. Predict. Right mouse button. We shouldn't need anything. Any triggers or modifiers on this, right? We might need to do. No triggers are bound down with an actuation threshold of greater than 0. I might need to adjust that to when it's held down. I'll double check that. So we do have ongoing. No, I need to put that as a trigger. Is that not working? It would be the same with our click and drag. What did I set it up in there as? Oh, press to end, hold and release. Okay. You just set it as hold and release. Where is it? There we go. Okay, that's working. Wah, 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 wah. Close that. I assume this is what he's doing, is calling this on tick if the player has that held down. And he's doing it in an event graph because... Why? Why that instead of a function? You would only want to do something in an event graph, well, realistically, if it has latency. Because that's the only place where you can put nodes with latent actions. Like delays. But I don't think he uses that. Not really gonna cost anything to put it in an event graph though, so just do that too. And I think he has the projectile start tied to his hand. Show projectile path. Okay, he's tying it to specifically to the animations. Which I don't know what the play montage does, but I imagine that on notify begin is calling it every tick until notify end happens. That's the only thing I can think of. Which is fine. I mean, ours is just going to be tied to the input action, right? Yeah, he makes a new scene component and just drags it into the right area. We can do something similar. I mean, ours is first person, so we're not going to have that animation at the moment. I can always just make it from the character's root as well, right? Because it's our first person character, so the root's just going to be right in the, I think it would just be right in the center for the capsule component. Or we can do it from the camera too. Oh, that's going to look weird because it's going to be coming right out from the center of your screen. I might do like the camera's position, but just up from that. We'll see. We'll start from the camera position just so I know that it's accurate, and then we can adjust the exact point later. Okay. Yeah. Like I like the vibes of the rain and the music, but it's relaxing, right? And it's kind of a good thing. It's also kind of a bad thing. Okay, if throwing is true, hit control rotation. Get the rotation of the controller often the view rotation of this pawn. We wouldn't need to do that. We would just get the camera rotation. Or get the player's rotation, right? Technically, it would be the same thing. We would get the location of the camera and the rotation of the camera. Let's see. Predict projectile path by trace channel. Get world location. World rotation. Get forward vector. Here's what distance he sets for this. The velocity. So we'll just start with that too and adjust it as we need to. 1500 trace channel camera, ignore self of course. Alright, we can do that. We can do 1500. Make array self. Let me see if he does anything else to this. Nope, just goes with a feature. So he starts with this. I guess we can do that for the moment. I do like that that's a node. I didn't know draw debug point was a node. Sometimes I should just type in debug and just see what I can do. So like draw debug box and cylinders. Shit, you can draw a debug of everything. Gonna pop right out of the player's face, isn't it? Interesting. Well, it just kind of works, doesn't it? You just have red boxes everywhere. So pretty. Okay. Can I throw it down that? Where's that hole? Is the hole? I can. Look at that. Whee! Okay. Well, that kind of works. No performance issues yet. I mean, he only really had a performance problem when he was doing shit like this, I think, right? I don't know. I don't know why there would be any, but all I can say is whatever that first result was on YouTube, and actually it was more than the first one. I've seen 3 other implementations of this utilizing slightly different methods, and all of them were either really shit at prediction, like they would only predict in certain directions and pretty inaccurately, or they were extremely performance hungry. This is the only one that I've seen that actually looks decent and doesn't have shit performance. So I don't know why there would be any either. I didn't think there would be any. It's not like it's complex math that's being done. So I have no idea. Nikki, why does he add that? I think that's mainly just because of the. We'll get to that. He's just adding some of it to increase the I think the height a bit. We won't worry about that right now. I think that's more of just a symptom of him being in third person. Yeah. Instead of doing the debug point, we want to add spline point at index. I'm gonna set this up now just because it's gonna be better. Your spline point. See, We should just be able to do this for the moment. Where does he set up the mesh, though? As I said, I don't do stuff with splines too often. Probably he does a... well, we'll see. Yeah, and he does a for loop for each of the spline points. I'm really curious why he does -2. I mean, I'm sure he explains it if I just unmuted it. Okay, so he creates the spline points, right? Then he does a did it get number? Yeah, he does a for each loop, or a for loop. I'm sorry, not a for each. From, you know, index 0, of course, through the number of spline points, but -2. I'll be curious to see his reasoning behind that. I mean, it seems to work. Here's one. Length -1 is normal, yes. Length -2 is kind of weird. It's kind of sus. Because it's like, the first time I saw this, I'm like, okay, yep, -1, okay, great. Then he puts 2 there. It's like, oh. Is bro cooking or is bro burnt? Let me listen in. Maybe he didn't want the collision point with the ground. Maybe.
Component, we have number of spline points minus.
By the way, shout out to Code Like Me for this. You know, we're gonna give him a subscription for this because his is the only one that I've seen that works and isn't performant hungry. So, anybody needs a similar kind of like prediction path in Unreal 5, this is the way to go.
2. The reason I added 2 is when I add a spline mesh component, we have a starting point and an end point. And the number of the final index of the spline point would be the number of spline points -1. And also, if there are 10 spline points, there can only be 9 spline mesh components.
That's true.
So the final index should be the number of spline points -1. So each these index.
Okay, yeah, because that makes sense because he's building the meshes between the points. There's only 9. There's 10 points, but 9 mesh components, right? You have 10 points, but in between each point, there's only a total of 9 components. But it doesn't.
Each of these index, we can add spline mesh component. So as this.
Okay, I'll just trust that it works. I mean, but the -1 makes sense. But why the -2? Is he not drawing it somewhere? Lazy way of drawing. Well, he does do something weird here, right? Where he has this... And I'll have to see his reasoning, but he has 4...
We will have a problem. We don't have...
He has 4 of these... Oh no, he's getting the location and the tangents. I don't know. He wants to draw it 9 times, so he's doing it for 9 times, then he uses last index and next index. Maybe he wants to ignore index 0 and the last index? Last ninth will start at ninth and then reach for 10th to end. Yeah. Yeah. But couldn't you just do... You could just get the current index plus 1. Like, I don't understand. And if current index plus 1 is equal to max indices, you would just ignore that one, right? Well, yeah, and that's what I'm saying, is like you could just do a check if it's at the last index. Is what I'm explaining the same thing that he means, or the same thing that he's doing? Because the way that I would do it is I would just say if current index plus 1 is equal to the max indices, then just ignore it. It's like, just don't draw a mesh there. He doesn't want to use the ignore break. Okay. That just makes it more confusing to me, though. From like a logic perspective. Maybe it's just me. So it's like they do it the same thing. It is confusing if you don't sit in the code, yeah. Yeah. If for sure, for me reading it, I would have to. I would see it immediately as a bug or as something that shouldn't be occurring. Okay, I'm just gonna do the check. It's better for me because then I won't have to do anything weird. Number of spline points -1 makes sense because it would be 1 through 10, and this needs to be 0 through 9. And then I would just do if we'll do a not equal. That way true can just go into the logic and false will just poop out. Create mesh, create spline. What was the node called? Add spline mesh component. There we go. Did he have anything checked? Manual attachment was checked. I'm gonna rename this to projectile path like him. Make it easier to know what I'm doing. Manual attachment. Set start and end. So what he does for these 4 nodes is get location at spline point and get tangent at spline point. And I think he's doing 2 things. He's getting the current index and then the index plus 1, right? Yes. use a redirector to save some space. And I assume that it's start position, end position, start tangent, end tangent. Next two. Let's see, start, end, yes. Get tangent at point, and it should be the same setup, right? Yeah. Okay. See if it works, I guess. I think this would be pretty fat because of my mesh, but... Uh-oh. I don't think I cleared the mesh properly either. Something isn't working here. It isn't working with mine. Let me see. Getting the number of points. Let me see if it's doing this aspect of it properly. You know what, I'll show it on this screen. Should be. It is changing the number, seemingly accurately. Just not actually spawning anything. What am I doing wrong? Is it the mesh? how's this show projectile path? Isn't that just the event that he's using here, though? Yeah, he's using it to call it. It's kind of a dirty way of doing it too, but I guess it is what it is. He's calling the. Technically, it could cause an infinite loop if this ever fucks up. Which I don't like. I mean, he uses the spline mesh components array. Or he makes it, but does he ever use it somewhere? Like, he makes it, he clears it, great, wonderful. I guess to destroy the component. That makes sense. Hey man, how you doing? Each type, yeah, I know. Spline mesh components. Any feedback? I haven't had anything recently. I don't know if anybody's played it recently. Can't parse default value none. Yeah, because it's not supposed to have anything in there by default. Okay, that was weird. Like, of course you can't parse default none for the array, because the array is empty. Shut the fuck up. I mean, is it maybe just that the mesh is too small? Could just set the scale. I don't know. Make it big as shit. If that's how it works. It's not doing dick. Current index plus 1. Start position, end position. I mean, that should be accurate. Maybe some other... Well, where do we tell it to use that component? That's probably the issue, is we don't actually tell it to use that mesh component. That's probably the problem. Where do we set it up to use that? Oh, is it on the node itself? Yeah, that would make sense, wouldn't it? Idiot. Well, it looks kind of weird. Too, it only draws a certain number of them. I wonder if it's because that's just how many that are being drawn that tick. And that's why he does the delay, to give it enough time to draw them. I bet that is what it is. Maybe not, maybe I'm crazy. I don't know why the default material isn't working on that. Got the right material on here. It's weird. It's like they have the material here. Let me try to use some other random material. Just see if it's the material that's fucking up. Just not drawing the material. Let's ignore the fact that it's also rotated the wrong way for the moment. I'm still really curious why it just doesn't continue generating further. Weird. Very weird. Okay, there we go. Change the forward axis. Now we have that actual loop. One problem solved. Big ol' just spawning a big old noodle in the air. It's pretty great. I don't know why it doesn't have the right material though. Did I just like not save the material? Slip and slide it is. I mean, this would be one way that you would make like a water park slide, yeah. You would just do a cylinder spline. Then you would just adjust the tangents, the points. But still, I don't get why it is limited and why the material isn't functioning on it. I don't really get it. No, maybe that's not it, I don't know. Maybe I'll just look it up like spline mesh stops midair. I mean, does his stop too? It didn't really seem like throwing it super high. Well, it does. Been in any shooting? I haven't been to any shooting ranges in Chronicles, no. I've heard they're pretty expensive. Oh, you'd have to tick the used with spline meshes checkbox. Bro. Absolute savior of a YouTube comment right there. Incredible. I bet this looks hella cool at night. Yes, I just used hella in 2024. I know. I know what I'm doing. Yeah, I do not get why it just stops. It's so weird to me. Oh, we should be fine. I just need to put when the action is completed, we call the clear points. And that way when the player stops holding right click, it should, oh. It doesn't disappear. Is it not when completed? Is it when canceled? There we go. So the player sees it when they hold right click and it disappears when they stop holding. Your max length parameter, that's a good question. Yeah, but 2 seconds, I mean... I'll just try changing it to like 20. We'll just see. Oh wait, I'm gonna... let it be persistent again, just for a moment. It definitely... Oh, you know what? I bet it's simulating it in... as if it was 2 real seconds, right? I bet that's what it is. So it's simulating as if it was 2 real seconds, not... I see what it is. Get it now. And for some reason I thought that it was meaning as if it was, I don't even fucking know anymore. I don't see why we wouldn't have something... I mean, I think 5 is probably more than enough for pretty much every scenario in our game. Like our game just has normal gravity. We're not simulating... I think 5 is enough. I mean, think about it. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that not enough time for a... Well, that's true, because if it stops at trace channel, it would just... Yeah, if it stops at trace channel, we're not simulating bounces or anything, it's just... It would just cancel the trace at that moment. I assume. It's certainly not performance hungry at all. Not like the, Never counting Shelby 3. Oh shit, I fell. Damn it. Yeah, I will fix that, the location spawning. I should just be able to add a bit of Z to the forward vector. Let me try 10. Yeah, that's not it. just create a light beam. Just create a flare. It's kind of funny. Okay, now that's performant hungry. Creating 301 fucking spline points. So stupid. I think 10 is too much. Ten's not enough. I was thinking of doing it from like the player's chest area too. I think it was going to be FPV. You can set the same origin as a place the potion will appear in your hands. Yes, but we don't have it yet. So I just need to like either add a scene component and mimic it, or I don't know. Could do a scene component. Okay, I'll do a scene component. Not a scene capture component cube. Thank you very much. Whatever the hell that is. Where's my... We are right-handed now. Could still do camera rotation, probably. Make pink noodle. I think it looks pretty good. Should we see what the performance is like? Yo, picture animation for throwing potions, yeah. MLB. Fucking European. I mean, I don't blame you because hot take. Baseball is the most boring sport in the world. Is that even a hot take, honestly? This still hits FPS. I mean, I could... I mean, even setting it to 0.1 delay, it makes it look a bit more like trash, but it dramatically, it almost provides no performance difference now. The thing is, it wasn't like a couple of FPS, it was quite a bit. Yeah, but I'm taking note of it. This impacts by a few FPS. I mean, we can always do stat gape. Let me see the stat on the gape. Oh, it's because it's the print. Well, let me stop the print. Let's let some of the starter logic go.
It's just a prototype.
It's true. Still a bit. Okay, like here's normal, not holding right click. Now I'm holding right click and let go. Right click, let go. Well, you should see it without the delay. It's pretty bad. Well, the arc will be despawned. I just have it up there to show. I mean, I could put it back on just so you guys can see when I'm holding and stopping, holding right click. What I could do is just add a setting for throwing arc update speed. That's not insignificant. Just so you know. That is a loss of about 7 to 8 FPS. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's not insignificant. The delayed one is fine, yes. I don't think putting in like a setting would hurt either necessarily. No, this isn't the end of the world, but I also don't want a 7 to 8 FPS dip when the player just holds right click. Which can't be fixed with, you know, lowering your graphics settings, right? This would be on the CPU, which my CPU isn't that great, right? I would be surprised if you can get 125 FPS in my game right now on even medium settings. But this is just CPU. This is CPU shit going on. I'm curious if I... The delay is fine. I'd be curious just to see what happens on this. I don't think it'll help at all, but we force it to wait for it to finish before we even allow it to do it again. No. It's maybe slightly better, but still not great. The 0.5 delay isn't bad though. And while it is just a prototype and we don't need to care about performance too much, I at least don't want performance to be fucking garbage. I mean, we are in editor, right? So there is some additional shit going on that might not happen in the built version, but it could be worse. If anything, I would want to adjust the I would want to adjust the velocity. I wonder if there are soft thresholds for delays for a certain target FPS. I mean, I'm sure there's a way to optimize this, right? What if I do throw potion or cast shadows? Good question. I don't think the shadows on it would be too significant though. And especially because when we add a delay to it, that helps the FPS. So I think it's just the calculation being done. Kappa what's up? Yo gamer. I am one of those. I'm a gamer with a capital Y. Is this static since you're moving it? Playing bangers in the background? Hell yeah. Oh shit, you reminded me, it's almost done too. Fuck, we need a new playlist. Where is it? I can find a new one. Playlists. Hell yeah. Need a banger, queues up 10-hour rickroll. Shit. There's no collision on it. Does cast shadow. I mean, I don't know how much that's gonna help. We don't need overlap events. It's only a diff of about 4 to 5. Okay, there's some bug where if you spam right click fast enough, you can sometimes get it to stay persistently. Weird. I wonder where that is. That's kind of weird. Probably because of the delay. I bet it if you spam it within that 0.05 second window, it's going to call the clear points before the delay is finished, and it creates new points. And leaves to occlude and respawn. Wait, what? I don't think so. It's just some weird lumen stuff on the edges of the leaves. Are there? don't know. I think it's just some Lumen weird shit going on. With the light shaft being left because it has emissive properties. Okay, so that's kind of a problem because the delay helps with performance, but if you spam right click with the delay, yeah, well, we were supposed to have it hollow without any, you know, it's just supposed to be a wrapped plane, right? It shouldn't be that crazy, though. Just made an asset forge, just using that primitive. Optimize the mesh, I mean, maybe that could help. I don't think, I mean, we're not like creating a million triangles. This thing only has 192 triangles on it. And we're only spawning about 30 of them. You want to optimize any mesh, optimize this nanite thing with 1 million triangles. Or these with 2.2 million triangles. This has 2.2 million triangles. I know, it's nanite though, but yeah, it's fine. It's the inbuilt. Yeah, I can try the inbuilt cylinder. Cylinder. I don't think it's gonna help at all, but now it's just massive now. Hold on, I gotta fix something. Hold on. Gotta switch the forward axis. It's the wrong forward axis too. What the fuck is going on? Well, I'll tell you one thing, it doesn't help performance in any way. It doesn't really do anything for us. Looks fucking weird now too. I'm doing this. Whatever. Yeah, just remove. Yeah, I'll just. Okay, sorry guys. No combat. No combat with potions. I mean, it's fine. Like, I just need to make sure it clears points at the end. Oh yeah, there's fucking end scale too, I forgot that that's a thing. Let me try the forward axis as X again. See, Vlad actually knows about splines because unfortunately he's had to work with splines more than a few times. Despite desire. Now they just look like... It just looks like a bead necklace. Kind of funny. It's because it's the wrong axis. Is this cursed sausage? It's exactly what it looks like. It looks like sausage. I don't think it was the y-axis. It's got to be the z as the forward axis. Do. It's about the same as before. It really isn't that bad of a dip. And with the point, I know the 0.05 update kind of makes it look jank. But it's better that. Yeah, like, I don't care. Thing is, nobody's gonna want like an FPS drop in combat, right? So we'll see.
It's just a prototype.
Sorry, I'm allergic to chat. Sorry about that. So once you have something to check it, if it impacts, yeah. It's fine. You know, really, you have to also understand. Let me find a, Let's test this one. If you buy an i5 12600K, it's going to be about 30 to 50% better than the CPU I currently have. So understand that I'm working on a budget here with my CPU. It's a shattered particle that tanks the FPS to 3. Let's not do that. But yeah, your average modern i5 is just going to perform better than my CPU, so. And then the one I have at home, well, that's just a little bit better, I would say. My PC at home runs like a dream. Okay, I just need to implement it's gonna look weird, but that should prevent that problem from happening. What if you want to play CC on a pregnancy test? I will make sure to make a build for that so that you can test it out for me. Okay. Yep. So I'm just spamming the right click to see if that problem is happening again. Nope. We're good. I can get some of my programmer friends to tell me if I can do anything to optimize it or if I'm essentially just... if this is just what it is. I'll try one thing. You hurt your knee while peeing? Huh? It's doing the sim frequency. If I set this to 1, it should be 15 times as bad. Oh my god, what is this absolute claw-like monster being generated here? This is not what I wanted. What is this? This is like the Skyrim lock-picking game if you were an ant. Let me just turn it this way. Okay, let's try it this way. Maybe it's the opposite. If I set it to 150, it should be 10 times as bad, right? That was my R7 5800 X3D. AMD, can you stop with these CPU names? R7 5800 X3D versus i7 6700K. Yours is about 30 to 40% faster than what I have in my work computer here. And compared to my home computer, it's about 30 to 40% faster, I would say. Well, there's hugely faster 64 core speed. That's for sure. It's pretty funny. So if I turn on like CPU Z on this computer, it's just got those four performance cores, right? And at home it's 32, so it's just this laundry list. Crazy. So that 32 threads. Okay, the performance on this should be ass. Yes. Performance is absolute dog shit when I do that. So maybe we don't need 15 sim frequency, we could do 10. Yeah, 20 cores. It's the 13900 is disgusting, I would say. It's a disgusting CPU that my computer is scary, right? Like I have a 4070 Ti and a 13900K and 64 gigabytes of DDR5 RAM, and I can just load up a game, and my computer's like, yeah, you want to load up another one? Like, okay, I'll load up 2 games. Bro, you want to load up a 1080p YouTube video or Twitch stream? Like, I don't have enough monitors to support the power of my computer at home. And then it's because the 4070 Ti has the built-in, AV1 cores for encoding. I could just be like, okay, I'll just start streaming now. And my computer's like, okay, you can start streaming any of your 3 games that you have running now or your Twitch stream. Be honest, you're mining Doge. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing. Okay, with sim frequency of 10, honestly, I don't see any major problem here. I'll show you guys what it looks like. I don't notice any major difference. Log 16, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. What's up, guys? Johnny, welcome. Yeah, this frequency looks good. What were you streaming today? Can I just call you August the 16th? What happened in August the 16th? August 16th in history. Let's see. It must be because Wang Mang consolidated his power in China and is declared Marshal of State. This must be what's going on. Right? No, it can't be your birthday. It must be because of Wang Mang. I knew it. You're a Wang Mang supporter. Starting a rapper. Yeah, I'm trying to optimize my pink sausage. Look forward to Wang Mang Simulator 1 BC. That was what started. That was it. Look, it was Wang Mang and his consolidation of power in China that led to the birth of Christ. But see, Christ earned enough points in his life that he earned a 1-up, and when he died, he resurrected, thus becoming the first gamer in history. Oh gee, wise man. I think this looks good. I think the sim frequency from 15 to 10, it actually helps FPS pretty significantly. By about 30%. And I don't see any noticeable difference, honestly, in the quality. We made it to Bethlehem. Yeah, he never got to the Bethlehem level. Can we rewrite the Bible as a... If it was just like a gaming session? Make it spawn from hand rather than from your right eyeball. It is spawning from your hand. You can't see your hand. Like, I have no animations. On RC40, I want to know if it's milliseconds or FPS. So the top one is FPS, the bottom one is milliseconds. We can see what is happening too. It's just going to be adding a lot of tick calls. It's not as optimized as it could be. But it could be worse. It is terrible, but we're an editor, so we're going to have some slightly shittier performance. Yeah. Editor performance is always pretty nasty. I can make a potato mode and it'll look better. Well, the thing is, when I build this game, you guys are gonna get better FPS because you don't have that back end and the editor running at the same time. But I have the editor running at the same time, drawing the same scene, and I have all of the back end going on too. So the built game is pretty runnable. What's the difference right now between PIA and standalone? I think it's about... It's probably about 30 to 40 FPS, depending on what you're doing. Yeah, this is running better. Yeah, it really is. Anybody who knows Unreal, you're not going to get the same performance in editor as you would in standalone. I can show you guys. I can show you the last build that we have. Let me download it real quick. Visit site. Download. Download anyway. And nothing but build and test over and over. Building. Man, building, I assume you're building in Unreal, right? For me, it takes so long. Once you're through the engine, a standalone game. Yeah, but I'll still have... What I mean is like a built game, because you're still going to have the engine in the background. It would help a little bit. Playing editor would certainly provide less FPS than standalone, but a built game will provide you with better performance than either. But standalone's better than playing editor, and built's better than both. I'm profile perf on a handheld. Oh shit, that's pretty cool. What I do know is that I don't think my LODs are very good, and I think I overshot lumen quality, and it's hurting FPS pretty bad too. I could probably lower that. But it produces a lot of artifacts when lumen quality is low, and I do have some emissive things in my scene. Where's the game? It might be compiling shaders, actually. Very possible. This is where you would put a loading screen. We don't have a loading screen. So it looks like the game is crashing or whatever. Probably just shaders. Let me do some Sudoku while we wait. Yeah, I need a 1 and a 6. 6, 1. Yeah, it was just shader stuff. Do 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 do. I need stats, FPS. I mean, we're hitting 60. This is the same settings that we would have in Play and Editor. We're hitting 60 solid. And if I turn off VSync, you know, we're getting about 70 to 80. So it really is like a double FPS change from playing with Editor open and Play and Editor. Especially if we set it to potato graphics, which again might take a couple seconds. Oh no, that one's pretty fast to load up. 170 on potato graphics. Dips down to about 130. She's punching video into frames. So yeah, it's like if you see bad FPS when we're in Editor, just like don't take it too seriously because it really does not translate to. Obviously, we don't want like a dip from 40 FPS in Editor down to 10 FPS in Editor because there is gonna be a translation there. Fortnite foliage and Win95 UI. Let's put it this way. This for people who are new, this is just a prototype. This entire project file is discarded when we go to vertical slice. We start with a completely fresh project, and we make it from scratch with the right assets, the right. No, it's final, yeah. So we don't care about performance. We don't care about necessarily how certain things look. We just need it to be representative of the final product so that publishers can get a good sense of how it's going to feel. Every static mesh goes in the final game, yeah. Yeah, so this is just representative, and then we would just replace this. Even this level is just prototype level, so it isn't representative of the final open world either. Okay, performance but constantly profiling. I only care about like big dips. That's it. I was making this new feature of predicting the arc, and when I was using it in Engine, it was pushing it down pretty heavily. Hey, Luxcon. Luxion. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, even on Epic, which is it's pretty hard to get really great performance
It's
on
just a prototype.
It is. We have some dips. It's really a lot of foliage in view though. But that's why we don't run the game on Epic with crazy, insane anti-aliasing. It looks good enough, right? Especially if we throw in some different weather or whatever. Oh, I forgot to do that yesterday. I forgot to hook up our new tree and ingredients with the weather system, so I gotta do that. I know for sure the thunderstorm can hit the FPS pretty hard sometimes. Well, I mean pretty hard, it's just like, there's some smooth dips, nothing major. TSR with R screen space percentage, screen percentage 50. TSR looks really good. Really good anti-aliasing. But yeah, it's like build performance is much better than editor performance. So let's not get too worried about it. I'm happy with the current performance on the Arc anyway. I think it's okay. We were getting like dips from like 8 to 10 FPS, but now it's only like 3 to 4, so it's better. Yeah, that's Blue Dick Boy. He's our mascot. It probably would help if I didn't have Asset Forge open at the same time as well either. Got updates to Blue Dick Man looming over the worlds. True. Yeah, let me fix it. I hope this pack has a master material that I can just hook up the system with. Don't think it does. All right, where's this mesh? Tree. Just one material. Surface weather effects. Make material attributes. I have compilation errors. Oh wait, yeah it does, because I have to add a boolean. Alright, that should handle the tree. Let me set it to snow so I can test it. Okay, tree taken care of. The little fairy lights with the snow actually look pretty cool. Especially at nighttime. And then I have to adjust the two new... well, it should be 3. It should be... Well, actually I have to do this, which is branch, leaf... I just have to do with everything. I have to do with all these materials. Lovely. Base color, roughness, normal. Gotta go have a good rest of the stream. Yeah, take care, man. Thank you for the raid, guys, and hope you enjoy the rest of this, or if you need to get going. I totally understand. That's my only problem with raiding, right? And usually when I'm done streaming, I'm tired, and I have to go home because I rent. You know, I'm at an office, and I have to go home to like eat. So if I raid, I can't like chill for too long. And I feel terrible about that, but such is the way of life, right? Chill with a few more minutes, no problem. If I raid 30 minutes before I actually have to leave. That's pretty smart. That's pretty big brained. Shut up, Windows update. My CPU in this computer is so old, I can't even update to Windows 11. Which is probably a good thing. Well, maybe not, but we'll pretend that it is. Chilling while engine is building. Yeah, I know how that feels. I have to build for my computer at home. Because my CPU in this computer is just, it's so old that it would take forever. So weather system, a UE plugin, yes. It is called, pretty funny, I'll tell you a story about it when I show it to you. It's called Ultra Dynamic Sky. It is $40 for a complete, beautiful looking sky and weather system. It's insane. Like this is, if you have $40 to spend in the Unreal Store, buy this. It is, you drag two things into a scene and it's done. That's it. Everything controlled just via these two blueprints. And it's got full documentation, it's got some crazy amount of customization, and you can set up the weather to, you know, the weather effects to appear on surfaces and landscape materials. It's insanely good. I think forever because I'm building a custom UE build. Oh shit. So you have to compile all the source too. It doesn't automatically affect foliage. You have to set it up for each material, but if you have like a master material, you can set it up with that. And yeah, it's got like, it's fully built in with things. So if I wanted to switch this to like the rain, it'll make all the surfaces wet and like dripping and shit. A little hard to see. And you can occlude it from certain spaces, so I have like an occlusion inside of here so that the snow doesn't hit the doesn't fill up the inside. Same with my like cave down here. My dumbass built a whole day-night cycle. Yeah, it's got... I'm really glad I found it because I was going to have to build all that myself. And then it has built-in event and calls for like different times of day. It has built-in seasons as well. And you can set up different weather for different seasons. It's also got like a sand dust storm, and that also coats things in the dust. It's a little bit harder to see. And you can set up your own weather patterns too and create new weather. Like foggy shit. It's yeah, it's great. It's great. How do you differentiate between indoor and outdoor just for material? So it's using this. It's got this built-in weather mask brush, and you can tell it to not apply weather effects in that area, or you can specifically mask wetness or mask snow and dust. It also has it's got a lot of built-in stuff. I can show it to you. There's a whole readme, so I think this one. So if you need help with like setting anything up, you can read about it here with the editor utility widget. It has occlusion volumes, occlusion portals. It's got big splines that you can do to change weather if you like cross a certain point, which is good for like, scripted weather changes. light day night toggle or whatever. I mean, there's so much shit that I don't know about because I don't know how to use it, but it's got sounds for all the weather effects too, which is really nice. And I think it had a dripping, I think this was part of it too, this rain drip spline, which is pretty cool. So if you have places where like the rain would hit and cause drips, you can add the spline there for that, and I do it here too. All for $40, right? Like why would you not buy it at that point? Insane. It really is. Like this is something that I would almost think to see in the, you know, in the store for like $200, right? And it's like, oh, okay, well, I can do it, but it's expensive, but it's like 40 bucks. But you have to be careful because number one, it is really easy to set up, but then you'll have some, we saw a Kickstarter once where they made a like 2-minute trailer about their super special weather and day-night system. And I was like, bro, this is just ultra dynamic sky. Like if I make a new level right now, let's go basic level. Okay, all we have to do for a new level is you delete the directional light, the sky atmosphere, the skylight, the sky sphere. Actually, I think just everything here you would delete. And then you go into ultra dynamic sky blueprints and you drag in sky and weather. And that's it. That is all you have to do. You're done. It's like, that's it. It's all set up. That's pretty much all it was, yeah. And then he just made a 2-minute video about how it was, you know, special and great. It's like it is great, but let's not lie to ourselves here. $40 a game copy. I'm pretty sure he also, it was like a survival game, right? Like you survive on an island. Maybe I can find it because we do at the end of every month we do a Kickstarter review stream. So we go on Kickstarter, we find video game projects, and we look through as many as we can while drinking alcohol. And they usually don't get better with time, I'll tell you that. You guys remember if it was, I think it was January stream, right? That's like 8 hours of content that I'd have to go through. I really wish I knew the name of it. Ooh! This is it. This is the one. We have spared no expense or effort to include beautiful skies, an effective day-night system, and exciting weather patterns. Like, bro, no, you just paid $40 and you dragged 2 blueprints into your scene. That was it. Yeah, development update, sky and weather. It was like such a serious thing for something that was SAE, Stranded in Paradise. We wanted $1,082. We'll see what happened with it. Wait, he re-uploaded it and he got the money. Yeah, because he lowered the goal to $164. So what they do is if they fail, right? So you have 3 failures, right? Wait. Whoa, hold on. He's done 2 funding rounds. Guys, it's a scam. It's a scam. Okay, first time he asked for $3,000, didn't get it. Got 378. Okay, so he gets no money. Second time he made it, he asked for 150 euros, got 996 euros from 23 backers. It's the same thing. People have just lost their money. They've just spent $1,000. See, this is the kind of shit that sows distrust into Kickstarter. This is the thing that makes actual legitimate developers have trouble launching their game, is because you have this guy creating 4 of the same Kickstarter projects and just he keeps doing it to get more money. Yeah, if you don't reach the goal, you don't get the money. But he's reached the goal now on 2 different projects, but they're the same game. This is so ridiculous. Yeah, it's like, we know what he's doing here by putting in the 150 euro goal. That's not how much he needs to finish the game. He just wants to make a bit more money off of it. This makes me really pissed. This kind of shit. But okay, so if any of you are interested, that's the kind of thing that we go over at the end of every month. They're pretty fun streams. We just kind of hang out, we get drunk, we have a great time. And I expose so many of these scams, or if ChatGPT wrote the article or the game idea, it happens all too often. Is it possible he's funding himself to pump the value? Yes. Yes, it is very possible. So what you would normally do in that case is you would like, let's say you have $1,000 goal. You get $500 from people, and then in the last few bits, you add 500 from yourself, from like a family member or a different account, and that way you get the funding, you get the money. And you have no obligation to produce that game. Yep. It's really fucked up. It's also just kind of scary how early people can... He probably bought like a couple assets or a environment pack and then a weather pack for maybe $100 total, 150 maybe, and recorded some footage of it, threw it up on Kickstarter with a game idea that he came up with in, I don't know, a day or two. And you know what, he might even be legitimate about wanting to make the game, but wanting to make the game does not mean that you can make that game. Showing off a couple of cool environments and a weather system is not the same as actually creating and designing and shipping a project and maintaining it over the course of multiple years. And exactly, that's why the goal's $150, and he just keeps releasing it and getting more money from it. Even if he wants to make that game, He's not making that game. And I would still consider the method that is being used is scummy. And it only serves to lower the trust that people have in Kickstarter as a whole. Step 1, spend our 15 assets. Step 2, make GPT write a game doc and Kickstarter page. Step 3, Kickstarter. He might have used, I don't know. I can see if he used GPT to write that. We've seen a bunch that have used it. It speaks for itself. It speaks for itself. What did we expect? For somebody to actually put an effort making a game? Spend a weekend's worth of setup, reap the campaign 4 times total, 2k net gain, Kickstarter tax, yeah. I mean, he'll probably end up having to pay a total of like, what, there's like 10% Kickstarter fees or something, then maybe like 30% tax, we'll consider 20 to 30%. But he's still making money. Even if he ends up, you know, finishing the funding himself, he's still going to be making money on that. If I were better at making YouTube videos, I would 100% make one about Kickstarter scams for games. You know, because at least games I can talk about, right? I know things about. I can spot issues. Other things, not so much. It could be the CoffeeZilla of video game Kickstarters. But I'm terrible at making YouTube videos. I can only stream. Startup cash in, sell out, bro down. I mean, I do like broing down, that's for sure. Yeah, it is a good idea if I was better at making... I mean, we kind of do that. Like, if somebody could just take the streams that I do for Kickstarter reviews every month, and seriously, we find at least half of these are either GPT written or just absolute scams. Or just way too early to even be on Kickstarter. Like somebody had a game idea and then they immediately put it on Kickstarter. As if that's somehow going to let them get $100,000 and make their game. You don't need Carl Jobs level debunking, it's true. But I think I'm better at making streaming content than I am with YouTube content. And I'm not even that good at making streaming content, so. Okay, we don't want the fireflies to receive it, so let me set the weather to snow. And I will quickly make the potion. If we all do this, will it actually explode to a point it dies down? If we all did that, with Kickstarter, I think it certainly would have an effect of some kind. Okay, they're receiving snow. I'm good. Hey, huge cookie. I'll spam the hell out of it with bad projects. It's already getting spammed with bad projects. I don't want to spoil myself for this month, right? Because we're halfway through. If I start looking at Kickstarter pages now, then I run out of content to do at the end of the month. And I kind of like the surprise, right, of seeing just the trash. But there's so much of it that's just AI written. Whereas here's my game idea, give me $100,000. We don't have any gameplay made yet. That's pretty good. I'm happy with that. Okay, we have this throwing arc now. Now I just need to make something actually throw from this arc and like hit the ground and just spawn a cube there or something for now. Need monies too, gotta buy them cookies. The scary thing is if I went to Kickstarter with what we have now, I could probably get $5,000 to $10,000. Probably. But I could only do that once. Why is that? Went through the tree. That's scary. Weird. Did it not have collision there or something? Might not. And I don't want to ruin people's trust with this, right? I don't want to fuck people over. That's not what this company was made to do. In fact, it's quite the opposite. Once more. No, we're not doing that. I've worked for too many companies and worked with too many individuals who are just in this for the profit and don't actually care about the games, don't care about the players. So I'm like, fuck it, I'm starting my own company. Nobody can tell me what to do because we are privately owned. We don't have shareholders. We will never have shareholders. And I'm going to make sure that my values of creating games ethically and, you know, having a studio owned by people that love games and play games, you know, that's core to me. That's the reason I exist on this earth. Believe it, you can make a lot of money by just making really great games and treating players well. And a lot of suits I've worked with certainly have not agreed with that. And come back with a mustache as Geekro Mapter. What? Geekro Mapter Mames. Yeah. Jesus Christ. Yeah, save changes. Save changes. Close that. Okay, how do we actually get something thrown along that path? I was thinking we could just do it on like one button too, so if the player, because right now it's right click and left click, right? Right click to predict, left click to throw. We could do just hold down left click to predict, release to throw, and right click to cancel. But I'll consider that as a quality of life update once we have this working. First, I need something actually to be thrown when the player clicks. Stash Raptor memes. It's so dumb, I love it. Where is the... Is it this one? Well, I'm trying to look on YouTube for it. This one. This is just his predicted projectile path, though. This isn't actually the... Okay, so I was on, slightly related. I was on Amazon the other day. And they did have, wait, what the fuck did I see? Yes, green tops for women. That's what I want. I want some St. Patty's Day stuff. They did have some Microraptor stuff that was pretty, it looked pretty tempting. There's even this plushie. But if I had any plushie, I would want one made with Riley the Raptor, like our Microraptor. Okay, how do we throw something along this path? Might be in a different part of the playlist. Microraptor merch. It'd be pretty greedy of me to do merch before we even have any games, wouldn't it? But the thing is, I would feel kind of bad if I could have a Microraptor shirt and if somebody who wanted one couldn't actually get one. Like, I'm kind of like approaching it from the point of view of the ethics, but then at the same point, if somebody really wants one, and I've made a design for it, why would I not allow the player to do it, right? Throwing grenades animation. Maybe it's on this one? Winning merch versus game merch is different. I get Nintendo merch, but not Mario. Really? Interesting. I would only get company merch if I really like the company, otherwise I go for like game merch, personally. Play montage. I mean, this is just the play montage. I guess, yeah, he doesn't actually have the grenade explosion occurring. Rip. Okay, I just need to see what he's doing for it to travel along that path. I mean, wouldn't it just be spawning the actor at the velocity along that path? Spawn actor from class. Let's do... We can do the first person projectile. Just an example, I think it'd be fair to offer MRG merch even if your game is still in development. Yeah, I mean it would help fund the game, that's for sure. Like I wouldn't be pushing it on people, but I would just say, yeah, you just like, I'm gonna wear the shirts if you would like a shirt too. Go. Small question before I gotta go. Oh, I'm gonna miss you, Rico. Meow! Meow, thank you for the follow, man. How long have you been working with Unreal Engine? I did a little bit in Unreal Engine 3, but I've been working in Unreal Engine 4 and 5 since the release of Unreal Engine 4. You know, with varying levels of experience, of course, when I started. But if we spawn actor, how do we apply that velocity to it? You guys will have to forgive me, I haven't done some of this stuff before, so we're learning. Going back only a little bit, like at the very tail end of Unreal Engine 3, I was trying to get into it, but it was really, for me, it wasn't very user-friendly. And almost less than a year after I started trying Unreal Engine 3, Unreal Engine 4 released, and it just clicked. Like, it was so much easier. He sets velocity somewhere. Let's see here. I need him to zoom in on that. Spawn actor, get location along spline time, set actor to that location. Oh, you know what? That does kind of sound. I do a lot with like systems. I'm very much like a systems and technical designer. Come on, YouTube, can we be real here? Throw. It doesn't help. Wait, was that the event down there? Throw? Yes, it was. Like systems, I'll be off for now. Yeah, take care, man. Thank you for the follow and thank you for showing up with the raid. I think did you come from the raid? I forget. I'm so bad with that. Maybe you found me organically. Maybe you come from Twitch. Or from Twitter. Not Twitch. Who knows? That velocity. Wait, can velocity just be applied to a... I can set velocity. Let me just try setting a generic velocity from like the forward vector. Set physics linear velocity on the sphere. Would we add to current? You know what, I'll just do it for now from there. And spawn transform at, let's break, or split the struct pin, get the world location, right there. Couldn't I just check the gun? It's if this is the first person template, I could just check the gun. Oh. Okay, it is at least coming out. I need to get the rotation of the camera. Obviously that is way too much velocity. Oh, I'm not actually setting the velocity, hold on. Do these disappear? Yeah, they do. Well, that is very much not the velocity that we want on these. Why is that? Probably because they have different masses? How would I be able to handle that though? Let's check what he does. Oh, it's got a projectile movement component. Does the... Not that. This does have projectile movement, so I guess we need to adjust the initial speed and max speed of this. Maybe that's what I need to do. Okay. Projectile movement. I need to cast it? This is a BP first person character object reference. Oh, wait. Spawning the wrong thing. Projectile. Get projectile movement. Initial speed set. But the forward vector is not the initial speed, is it? I can't just plug this in. Maybe it's just the 1500? It is definitely way too much. Predict projectile path by trace channel. I wish we could tell it what the projectiles like mass was. 'Cause I'm curious what he does for making that accurate to the path. The explosive component. Yeah, I feel like I've missed something here. There's like set velocity. Maybe it's that. Not the initial speed. Ooh. Ooh. Now we're cooking. There we go. Alright, that is a start. I might just copy these nodes. To get rid of some of the spaghetti. Okay, I like that. I think that's working as intended. We'd have to have some way to adjust velocity as a whole, but this is a start for throwing potions at the very least. We have path visualization, and I'm going to tell it for now to ignore How can I just tell it to ignore anything with the projectile base class? It's got to be a reference. It has to be specifically. Like, I could keep an array of the projectiles that have spawned until to ignore any of those. Yeah, for now, I don't think it really matters, though. We might have to do something like that in the future, just so that that prediction doesn't interfere with the spawned one, right? But it's working. I'm pretty happy with that. Now, ideally, what I would like to have happen here is for the potion that we throw, in our case, will just destroy on hit, on a collision with anything that it hits. Anything with collision, right? So it's gonna go through like the leaves and stuff, bushes, but tree trunks, of course, you know, the ground. Should all just destroy an impact there. So let me make a new blueprint. Thrown potion. For now, we will make it just a sphere. And I think I can make it for on hit, on component hit. I don't think we would need to test it with anything, right? There's nothing that it would hit where we would not want it to destroy. Probably. Killing shit. Yeah, I need to add the projectile movement component. I think this is going to be a really big sphere for now. Yeah. But it is following that path. And it is, it's just, well, it's just kind of going through shit at the moment. That's not what we want. I wonder if the projectile movement overrides the physics. Curious about that. I mean, it could also just be that this doesn't have any, you know, it has block all dynamic. Maybe just simulate physics wasn't set on, so. Now it's not even spawning at the right velocity. Probably because it is simulating the mass. Damn it. Let me look at this goddamn projectile. What do they do? They do set the initial speed. I don't see how that would cause a problem. I mean, I'll do it. No. It's so weird. It was just working. It was like it was working before I added the projectile movement, and now that I add a projectile movement, it ain't working. It does have a collision component, but maybe something on here. Okay, so they don't have this simulated physics, probably because the projectile movement kind of overrides some of that. Custom collision. Nor's pawn. Object type projectile. That would help, wouldn't it?
Good morning.
Oliverius, thank you for the follow.
So, you heard anything about any
Oliverius.
bounty hunters in these parts?
I couldn't say.
Thanks for nothing, idiot.
You guys were pushing me closer to 150 followers. That's really crazy. You guys are amazing. It follows it, but it... Maybe it's because that does override it, and that's why they added the quick unfollow. That's probably why they added the sphere collision. I was looking for Ben got invested in this project. Environment looks insane, by the way. Thank you so much. I will say the environment is purchased assets for now, because I'm not an artist, but we are working towards making a prototype that we can pitch to a publisher to. It's a sham. Yes, it is. To get funding so that we can get a art director on board. And a producer. I need producer and art director. 100%, first and foremost. Good luck, thank you so much. We will be pitching it in... Oh, this will be the first time that I pitch it. Will be in May. At Digital Dragons here in Poland. These 3 days. This is preparation days. And I'll be sending it out to publishers too, who aren't going to be there. Micro scammed her. Just need to fire an art director. Okay, that is kind of funny. Wait, there's a thing in Poland? Yeah. There's two pretty good things in Poland. There's GIC and Poznań. And then there's Digital Dragons here in Kraków. B2B. Actually, I am in the previous year's video. if you guys want to see. Digital Dragons. Where was their last year? I think it was in this After movie. Haven't started my career. I never was to an event. Is it worth going? Yes. Haven't started my career in games yet, but you seem super organized with it all. I am very unorganized. I won't claim to be organized. I'm in one of these videos. I don't know. They're kind of cringy, but there's one shot. There's 1 second of me. There's also a shot where I think there's a friend of mine who's here. Well, I know somebody in that scene. I saw this talk. That was that was about that was about code architecture. Actually, it was very interesting. I know I was here somewhere. It's not important. Don't go looking for me, okay? Don't do it. I'm like that guy that gets on TV and then I'm like, guys, look, I was on TV. Look, 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 look. Time to go to an event to meet you. Be pretty cool. I would say, okay, it is really worth going to events. Not only, like, Digital Dragons is great because you have tons of talks aimed at different specializations. And you get to network, you get access to a couple of the parties, which are great for networking and just for hanging out. 100% worth it. The thing is, if it doesn't take collision from this, we would have to just have like a generic sphere collider for all of them, which I guess is fine. And to make you the parent. Works. Banks actually can say that he was a child actor. Were you a child actor? Holy shit, the prices. Yeah, some of them are really expensive. Like GDC is crazy, Gamescom is crazy. You don't need the business pass though, at least for Digital Dragons. But if you're looking to get like a job in the industry and you're here in Poland, it's a great place to go. You usually have all the big studios in Poland hiring at Digital Dragons. 1K to meet you in hotel and travel, yeah. There's a reason why I'm happy and kind of unhappy living in Kraków, right? Like the prices here are insane, but when Digital Dragons happens, I can walk to the convention center. Is it worth going to if you aren't from Poland, or is it quite a local thing? What country are you in? Dox yourself. UK? There's probably some good UK game dev conferences if you're looking to kind of get into the industry. I don't know if Poland. There's a couple problems, right? Like number one, you would have to get I think as a UK citizen, you wouldn't be able to work in the EU without work permit, and getting work permit in the EU is really annoying. And they wouldn't be able to pay you very well if you're in the UK. I hate to say it, but it is what it is. Gamescom might be better in that case, but Gamescom isn't super into. It isn't really about hiring, but it does have networking aspects to it. So it's not the worst, but it's definitely not dedicated to game dev, like the game dev scene. It's more just about the games. It's so small. Yes, it was more if DD was good to visit for the event and leave again with some knowledge or worthwhile connections. Okay, if you're in the UK though, it is... You can get some good knowledge from it, and it's very cheap for you to visit Krakow. Right? Like, you can just get on a Ryanair flight, but again, you might have trouble getting like a hotel at a reasonable price, but it could be worth it. Like, you would probably find some good talks that you would learn from, and you would be able to network 100%. Hey, Casper. You could still make connections with other places like, you know, CD Projekt Red or Rage Quit Games or, oh god, what are they called? People who made Bulletstorm. I forget their name. Basic Krakow. Well, I hate Krakow. Oh yeah, people can fly. That's what it is. Krakow. I just can't with that. Sphere radius is 16. Probably because it just doesn't have any collision. They do set it to object type projectile. But they have it ignore pawn. I am making a potion throwing... It's definitely not blocking. We have a prediction. Pretty nice. I'm just trying to get a general sphere bouncing like they do with the projectile. But I'm not really understanding how they get that projectile to bounce off of shit. Oh, it's because it's query only. Stupid. Good if I need to find one in the States or try jumping into Game Jam this year. So, okay, depending on where you are in the States, there are a lot of really great ones to go to. There's one, I think, in the Midwest, which is pretty nice. GDC, though, in San Fran is... I would just say overpriced for what it is. It's got a lot of good talks, but you can also just watch the talks online, right? Like, pretty much every GDC talk, save for a few, is online. You know, you click on GDC, you have so many talks here. If you're looking to network, though, I would probably go to something cheaper, because this is just not going to be cheap, especially if you don't live in San Fran. You're going to be spending at least $2,000 to $3,000 going to GDC. I don't know how they did the collision on this. I just don't really understand that. What makes this bounce? Where is it? It's ball shaped so it bounces. There. Well, not even, because look, the collision component is query only, no physics collision. The sphere itself is no collision. Like, okay, is it the projectile movement component overriding it with this should bounce? Maybe. But that would just be such weird. But I don't want it to bounce, but I do want it to collide. Good to know I would be networking, and I would look into Midwest. I know there was one in Wisconsin. that was pretty decent. And you got a lot of the developers from like Milwaukee, Madison, Chicago go in there, and like Minnesota. Unfortunately, with the US, you have a lot of like concentrated development hubs. I think Texas probably has some good ones too, because there's a lot of game devs in Texas. Oddly enough, with the first person projectile, it is not simulating physics. And it has no collision, and I don't understand how it bounces. It's so weird. Only to add impulse to the location that it hits. But otherwise, no. Parent class as actor? I really don't know what it's doing. I don't know how this is even creating collision. Oh, parent's actor for this too. But just, there's nothing happening on collision. Right? There is no collision, I should say. Just goes right through. And like I've given collision to the sphere. Move that add impulse and see if it bounces. Well, I don't need it to bounce, I just need it to collide with things. Yeah, it still has collision. I don't know what it is. I will just add things. I will just make them both have collision. I don't know what to do. Ignore the pawn though. It's no collision. What is it doing? Is it spawning the right class? It should be. Yeah. It's the weirdest thing in the world. I'm tempted to just duplicate the first person projectile and just build off of that. Cuz I don't know what else to do with it. Yeah, I don't either. And the thing is too, I think it was working before we. When was it working? It was before we added the. Well, we're not adding impulse, we're just updating the velocity with the projectile movement. Wasn't it working before we added the projectile movement? I don't even remember now. I don't remember. You know what? I'm just going to delete this. guys, don't look. Don't look. Oh wow, look at that. It's working now, chat. Oh, it's almost as if I just had to copy something that was already working. I still don't really get why it wasn't working. Back from dinner, what are we working on? Well, I was trying to get a actual, you know, projectile added here. I could delete this one I spawned into. And I was setting up all the collision, but it wasn't colliding. Micro cheater is what it is. Right. Yeah, it's working now. We could set up a special object channel for that too. If we don't want the player to collide with something, but we want the thrown potion too. This tree has very weird collision. Let's not talk about it. But it's following the path. It is working. Which would be good. This is like the first step in making puzzles or in-world objects or even enemies that we need to throw potions at for things to happen. So right now it's just throwing a yellow ball, but in the future you would be able to actually throw potions and shit. Also, I need to add the velocity. Where's Midraptor? I keep forgetting to do that. What did you use for the birds in the sky? I used a particle system from a asset pack. From the from the Dreamscape asset pack specifically. I don't remember if it was in the shared resources or something. It was in the tower. Yeah, okay, yeah, it was the Key Crow, the old Cascade particles. It would be great to add some actual birds in the sky and stuff. A frog. Oh, it's fog. I read fog. A frog. Ooh, fog could be pretty fun to add around this tree, maybe. What'd that look like? Ooh, spoopy. I really should use some more particles. There's dust, candle flames, butterflies. How do their butterflies look? I thought they were pretty small, weren't they? They're pretty cool. They don't really operate as butterflies do, but, you know. It is what it is. That's actually one thing that I really appreciate about like Skyrim, for instance, is you actually do have butterflies like landing on stuff. I think it's a very underappreciated aspect of that game. Marcus Phoebo's dog. Really, name is Dog Frog. Okay, we are 130. Let's see, what can we add to test this out? I think for now what I'll do is I'll add a new blueprint called like obstacle. BP obstacle. BPI obstacle. Great, I misspelled it. Wonderful. Destroy obstacle. You guys have any new gaming drama that you've heard about? I feel like there was something that happened recently. I mean, apart from like the SBI stuff, right? Latest drama? What is this? Okay, I can show that. Bit. I like it. Yeah, there is the Gamergate 2.0 stuff, which... Ooh, that's a spicy one. Interfaces... Obstacle... I mean, I would say that I was too young with Gamergate 1.0 to know the specifics of it. And there wasn't as good of like documentation on the internet back then as there is now. And now we can see exactly in real time every single point of this leading up. Drama, don't care. I mean, some of it impacts me. Or impacts the things that I need to do, so I keep up to date with it. Like, I wasn't gonna work with a company like SBI in the first place, but it's good for me to know where kind of the trends are leading, especially for business purposes. VTuber got canceled for eating cake. Yeah, I saw that. That was really fucked up. That one I did see. We just have a mesh. Or we just add the collider itself. Box collision. If I had to explain it from what I understand, she went to Starbucks, said it that she went to Starbucks. Her chat said, okay, so you support slavery. And she was like, what are you talking about? And that's what happened. No, it wasn't slavery. It was something like that though, right? I forget the specifics. But it was essentially along the lines of that. Israel genocide because Starbucks operates there still, okay. I would hate having fans like that. That just, oh, you bought this pencil, so you support X terrible thing. Like, man, I just wanted a pencil that I could draw with, like, so I could do my Sudoku and write things like "kill me" on Post-it notes. Real, yeah. You want an iPhone to support child labor, exactly. Meanwhile, watching your streams on Google, which is probably worse. Or from their phones. They would own that one. I don't know if it would be it's kind of scary to me, like, right? Like, if you put yourself in her shoes, do you realize that you have a fan base like that before that happens? Or then you realize that your fan base has been tainted by these just toxic people, and now you have to, what, deviate or cut these people off? You realize before you have to cultivate that kind of thing? Maybe you're right. You have a community in a short leash. It can very easily get out of control. Yeah. It's still scary though, right? No politics in chat, period. I do talk about politics sometimes. Well, not necessarily politics, but I don't know. Maybe I'm leading myself down a similar path. On component begin overlap. Other actor. Well, no, we wouldn't need to do on overlap this. It would be event hit. Other actor does implement interface obstacle. After shits on everything equally. I mean, I'm just not a very extreme person. I don't like any extreme, no matter what side it's on, so I kind of just cultivate a community that's like, look, you can have your views, it's cool, you know, but just don't be extreme in chat, and try to spread love and happiness, you know. There's a lot of bad stuff going on in the world. Let's not add to it. In India, you can just say fuck you, turn off Twitter for a week. You're under Nichi Sanji, well, yeah, I mean, I am extreme in chat, extremely boring. I mean, I don't mind debating or talking about tough topics, but it's all from the space of, if you aren't actively hurting somebody or breaking a law, you can have a viewpoint that you want. I may not agree with it. You can be passionate about stuff, but if you're pushing it into people to a degree, trying to hurt someone, you're out, yeah. Yeah. I don't mind passion, like, I'm a very passionate individual. I'm very idealistic with how I view game dev, so I mean, it's my passion that drives me, my values. And I understand, like, some people in my career path are in it just for the money. It's like, you know what? I don't agree with you, but whatever makes you happy. I think humanity is just overall... I do think humanity is overall very good. But it's hard to see it. Because there's so many people and individuals trying to manipulate you by putting emotional things into your face. Or things that they want you to be emotional about because they make money off of it. I don't like that. Okay, let me test this. Yeah, okay, I won't shoot down a passionate person, but if they can't take my point of view of not caring about a subject as much as them, I ain't gonna interact. Person. Wonk. I don't really want it to bounce off of that, but... Where's that box? Yeah, it's because it's blocking, overlap all. Is it not generating overlap events? Oh, because it's just on hit. I think I need to do it the other way around. I think I need to generate overlap events. I get what I'm doing wrong. I know what I'm doing. You see, thinking about alchemy and throwing something, my mind always goes to how Fangs broke a game called Shinobito. What is that? Yeah, guys, please spread love in chat and in like with your friends and family and other people. Just spread love and like real love, not hate for people who you think don't love, but love for everybody. Hate does not fix hate. Just because you tell me I'm gonna go spread hate. Fair. I'm on Twitter already canceling you. I mean, you can do it. I probably deserve it for something. I've had so many bad takes. Like just do it. Just end my suffering. Anybody knows the story-driven ninja game for the PS2 era? Who made it? I bet it wasn't like Toei, wasn't? Acquire. Oh, they made the way of this. Okay, I know them. Can't cancel me if I was never relevant. Created mini nukes. The phenomenon of public outrage is actually really interesting. But it's scary how easy it is to manipulate people. It's really scary. And especially with like breaking somebody down, breaking somebody's belief or trust in something down so much that you can then manipulate them into believing and trusting something else. And that happens all the time. We've all probably had that happen to us in some way or another, right? Put a 500 kilogram bomb equivalent of explosives into sushi the enemies ate. God. Only Chronicles first DLC, the Oppenheimer. And I do want to check that, but it's more on... What's the video? Feel like to belong in a community? Yeah, they do. And if a community is a bunch of sheep, it's easy to herd them into hating or destroying something. It is. It really is very scary. That's the one like the one conspiracy I joke about believing in is just that there's this underlying attempt to move certain populations or countries into like hating themselves or hating the, sowing division, right? And then using that as a weapon to gain power through like votes or, money. Both. And maybe, different parts of it are doing it unknowingly, but I think that there's somebody pulling the strings to all that, or some group. Which is why your best weapon against that is just sow love. Even for the people that you may disagree with or you may have different politics with. Just be a good neighbor, be a good person. Do unto others what you want done to yourself. Whatever that quote is for the golden rule. Uncollision opponent. Other actor. Obstacle. You can be as nice as you can. If an asshole decides to destroy you, he will do it. It's true. And you know, sometimes we're not all like perfect, right? Nobody is perfect. We're all going to, you know, make mistakes. We're all going to be that asshole or just lose our emotions sometimes. And it's why the whole notion of like canceling people or finding bad takes they had on Twitter 10 years ago or when they were a kid. Nobody can survive that level of scrutiny. Nobody can. Oh, interesting. You just keep adding like effects. Interesting. Like each ingredient adds a number to a stat that decides what it does. Some ingredients really mess with that math. Randomizes halves, doubles, oh shit, so you could pretty easily break it. Best you can do is not play his game. There's a saying, don't play chess with a pigeon, no matter how good you are at chess. Yeah, I think to some extent there's a lot of health that you can build around your life by just not interacting with people who aren't in good faith, who don't want to argue with you in good faith or talk to you in good faith. And unfortunately, I have family members like that, very close family members like that who, you know, I just like, hey, how you doing? Like, and they immediately like ask me to apologize for something they think that I have done wrong. And it's like, if we're starting off the conversation on this foot, it's not going to lead anywhere good. Like, engine build succeeded, hell yeah. Hell yeah. I had a few issues with that earlier this month. I don't even know if I like to follow dramas, but I avoid any person that tries to stir drama. Sometimes I have a problem with... I have caused drama at some companies I've worked with. I hate to say it. Is that working? It's deleting, but... Okay, yeah, it is. And I need to destroy self, too. I think a lot of it was because I had a different goal in mind for what the company should be and do. And that's never good, right? You never want somebody at your company like that. And I was the person at the company like that. And most of it revolved around me wanting to just wanting to be honest with players. And it was like, well, you can't say that because that might affect our share price, and then that's gonna have these problems, and the publisher doesn't want us to say that because that would make the community sad. It's like, yeah, but it's the truth. Like, we can deliver it in a way that is trying to fix that problem, but we need to at least be honest about the problem, because otherwise players are gonna be like, well, we can see something's the problem, now you're just hiding it. Yeah, I think it's really the company values. The company values differed from my values. How long have you worked in the industry? About 10, 11 years. Yeah, I'm of the same belief. That's a good one. Where, number one, if you don't uphold your company values, your values mean nothing. And if you hire people who don't believe in your company's values, you're gonna have that discord in the company. And I didn't realize that at the time. I just thought that maybe the person in charge did believe in my values too, because he said he did. But everything he did was, a lot of the things he did went against those values. And he said, okay, it's not gonna happen again. It's not gonna happen again. And it kept happening. And he kept feeding into it. And at a certain point, I was like, I'm out. I'm out. Time to create my own company. Time to make sure that my values are upheld and that the company lives up to those values by just doing it myself. I keep testing this. I don't know why it's working. That looks good. I can build my own company with blackjack and hookers. I built Microraptor for a few reasons. Number one was because I wanted to uphold values of collaboration, transparency, and ethics, right? And that's what are our values? It's like some educational shitty video, but really it was, like we wanted to have a company where we have a flat hierarchy in the company with people working. It's like, you know what you know what you don't know, no ego. Let's just help each other and, learn from each other and collaborate with the community to make good games. And then just be honest with them. Like if we don't have shareholders, we can never get in trouble for misleading shareholders or for manipulating stock prices. So fuck it, we'll just be a privately funded company, privately owned, and we can say whatever we want. What are our values, dollars? Sometimes people and the ethics were important to us too. So like no microtransactions, no loot boxes, no blockchain, no NFTs, nothing that would dupe, scam, or mislead or manipulate the player in any way. And when you buy our game, you get our game at a fair price. None of this $70, $80 bullshit. I just had somebody complain about my loan in francs. I feel okay. I would say this. I think that some types of live service games and strategies are okay and not too manipulative. I still just don't want to make a game where we have that. Microraptor macrotransactions. Jesus Christ. If we would never do something like that, but if we ever did, that would be the perfect way to insult us. If the freemium isn't pay to win, I think it's fine, but yeah, I don't know. For me, it's just, like, I don't know. I'm not even a programmer, and I'm an artist who got scammed by a programmer into joining a project, and then he left. At that point, I learned too many things to turn back, so I just picked up blueprints. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Get it. And that's one of the reasons we do the Kickstarter streams, right? Is to show people what the new scams are looking like, how to spot them, what things you probably shouldn't support. And then we just showcase, like, everything. If we ever make a trailer, you'll know it's legit because everything you see in there, you will have seen us build on stream. Like, we're not going to manipulate you because you would know. You'd just be able to say that's not in the game because he didn't build that, or they didn't build that. And we never have to lie and tell you that, oh, we're working on something when we're really not, because we don't have to make sure that shareholders are going to see profit, 2 quarters from now. Or that it's going to lower our stock value, and so that's going to hurt the company in some way. That could kind of be true. We kind of added this. I'm kind of just bumping around. I don't know if I want to add in the thing is we have a potion inventory, right? And it looks kind of shit, but it is functional. We would need some way to... We would need a real inventory is what we would need. Which means we would need to overhaul this in some way. That would require a bit of refactoring. Scary R word. Yeah, like I think Warframe to some extent and Path of Exile have really nice models. Very scary. Yeah, the scary refactoring word. But I have to do it. I have to. I mean, we could use that inventory for something else, just for like the bartering when the NPC shows up, right? I can skip to his appearance. Here he comes. The man, the myth, the legend, Blue Dick Boy in the flesh. With a one-track mind. Because we use it for like when you give the potions to the NPCs, right? Because if you're new here, you know, we're making an alchemy game, open world. The potions you make affect the fate of the NPCs. So if, you know, this guy wants a health potion, you give him poison, he's gonna go on his adventure, try to drink the health potion and die. Not super great, right? And depending on how well you provide that potion, they may come back with rewards, they may be happy. It may trigger other events to happen, so it's very much like a story-driven open world alchemy game. By the way, do you know if there's a way to add your custom engine build to Epic Launcher? Just don't want to have to open from IDE every time. I do not know that. I do not know that. You may have to open from like source controller IDE every time, I'm not sure. I mean, the U project file is going to be associated with the project, right? Because, you know, like I have Plaster, right? So I can just open it up from the U project. I'm really not sure how it works with the custom engine build, though. I've worked on a game with a custom engine build, but we just opened it up from Perforce in that case. Show us the dick? Okay, I'll show you the dick. I put him below the world at the moment. There is his blue dongus. Blue Dick Boy. Shrinks as you get closer because he's a little shy. Yeah. Elven shy. I'm at this weird junction today where it's 2 p.m., right? I usually only work for like 2-3 more hours max. And all of the things I would want to do with potion throwing would take longer than 2 to 3 hours. And I really hate leaving things halfway done. I don't know if any of you are the same, but it is 100% the case for me. Just keep going, yeah, just keep working. I can't leave shit half done. I mean, I'll do it if I have to, but I prefer not to. I could give this game a lot of chaos. I could make the other actor that the potion hits get destroyed. How was that for for chaotic? Yeah, that's about what I expected. Ooh. 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 Okay. We add some VFX and maybe some data table throwable potions. VFX, maybe data table. Well, I can't do data table, right? Because the potions that you throw are the potions in your inventory. And VFX I can't really add yet either. Matching? What do you mean? Potion inventory need to have some projectile. Oh, with like a just so chaotic, it's great. Ooh. I mean, it kind of is, right? Not like, you mean like, oh god, what's the game? Like the Brick Breaker type of games. Yeah. It's very dangerous, this kind of projectile. I mean, there's something just so stupid about this. I'm gonna crash the engine if I keep doing this. There's like a million pieces of logic breaking right now. It's kind of fun, I will say. It's there's certainly an idea here. Oh, my whole instanced foliage mesh is just gone. Wonderful. I think I might be stranded at this point. It's a strong potion. Ooh. Uh-oh. Oh, I forgot I put rocks here. Okay. Wait. I deleted the instance foliage mesh, but there are still... Oh wait, those are the trees with beehives on them. Maybe I can delete the... Oh, there's no collision on that, I forgot. Ooh. Oh, okay, I made it. I'm gonna quit out of this, and there's gonna just be a million shit. There were no errors on that? You color me surprised. Yeah, there could be, there's something there. it was certainly enjoyable, I will say that. Destroying my level kind of had... It's pretty fun. Ooh. Oh, I missed. Pathetic. Good music for this idea, yeah. There's something there to it. I mean, just destruction is just fun, right? People love destruction. There's the reason that why I want to make that that Project Decimation game that we have. People love destruction, which is why I think leading into throwing potions and having potion-based combat is really cool. You know, it does have that kind of Noita energy where you just make. We should make small prototypes. Like, you know, if it's something that has some value, shit, man, we can pitch whatever we want. Okay, I'm sorry, guys. I'm just flying around wasting time. Let me make sure you can't spawn these in. But I kind of did what I set out to do today, you know? I don't think we're spawning any projectiles. Is 3 bugs with your Twitch bot today? Yeah, I'm pretty happy with what we made. You know, sometimes it's just like that, right? Where you finish what you're doing ahead of time, and technically we have some of the stuff built up and ready to go, like the unlockable areas. So you throw a BDB. It should... That's a good question. I think it would just ignore him because he's a pawn. He doesn't like being called a pawn, but he is a pawn. Oh no, it gets deleted. It's not the only thing he takes to the face. Just say he's very popular. Hoshinkake. Oh, of course you show up when I start talking about Blue Dick Boy being into men. I mean, with this face, dude, he is a handsome man. I would sleep with him. He's got the whole elf thing going on. He's certainly well endowed. I mean, he is at half-mast 24/7. He fits my ideal man. Maybe there's something smaller we can work on. Let's work on the cooking system. That's nice and small, right? I think we, you know, I put it like save for GDD, but actually I think we would have time to do it. Ideal man lives underground and has an unstoppable erection that fades as you come closer. Yes. Yes. There's no manlier thing than being with another man. It's true. Plus, like, your bro is never gonna let you down. So... I do need to add your animals. Maybe I can add Yo, hold on, let me do this. Let me commit this. And then I'm going to nav mesh up the whole level. Fuck it. We're gonna nav mesh up everything. Made new materials, work with weather, and added basic potion throwing base. Good enough. Merge from ocean throwing. I know my email address is on screen. Please don't send me nudes. Never say bros before I meet it. He would be able to walk everywhere, yeah. I mean, that's something that I have to get fixed up. I can try to get him moving to certain points, but we'll see. For now, it's okay if he just kind of takes the... Well, that's the thing, as I need to... So, because he was pulling from the same class, I had some problems with some other logic, so I need to... I would need to make a new class. Nav meshing around. It has some honk honk. We love our honkers. Like, geese, guys, geese. I mean, but also yes. So how bad would it be if I just made one giant nav mesh? I shouldn't do that. I mean, I can show navigation, but it's going to kind of blend in with the grass. Just delete all the nav mesh. I mean, they are additive brush components, right? Could I set them to be subtractive brush components? Well, first let's just see what happens if I do this. Let's fuck it. Of all the ideas, this is not the smartest one, but we'll see. Look at it spreading. I forgot the goddamn water is just a plain. So things will be able to run over the top of the water. I mean, I feel like it's dumb just to do it as one big nav mesh, you know, actor anyway. I feel like it's easier to, if you needed to just like update the desert area for the nav mesh, it's easier to just modify a couple of things rather than have to screw around with one giant one, maybe. It's dumb, but that's what I do. I mean, I don't know if this is like the right thing to do or not. Create nav mesh using volume, and then what? You just like make adjustments to it using blockers or something. The good kind of blockers, not the ones in Jira that your producers hate. And create nav mesh modifiers inside nav mesh. Oh, I see nav modifier volumes. I see. It's like nav mesh up the whole place and then place nav modifier volumes to remove certain sections from being within that nav mesh. Or from having navigation. I'm learning too, August. To make road cheaper, I could just have him moving around on like a spline. I'm sure there's some way to do it better. Like I could have him get all spline points along a path and just move to the next one within a certain radius, and it would look pretty natural. Well, how about this, Kotzber? You can jump into the project and make Blue Dick Boy move along the road better. Ooh, what a plug. I see what you did there. I see what you did. It's got to rebuild the navigation every time. God damn it. I mean, it's a pretty good length in that direction. I need to see where the borders are. What did I call them? It's gonna be a really low FPS for a second. Level barriers, that's what it is. I just want these visible by default. Okay, so I definitely don't need the nav mesh that far that way. I can make it smaller. Can I tell it not to update right now? Would it help go any faster if I just turn that off? Yeah, but I need it on. I need to actually see where it is. You can link your SoundCloud as well. I mean, I suppose what I could do, well, I could remove certain things from receiving navigation, such as like these large pieces of terrain. That would probably help a little bit. Or just take all these terrain pieces and turn off their ability to receive navigation. So if I place down this nav modifier, let me see what it does. Area class nav area null. Cannot be traversed by anyone ever. Okay. That's the default. You have to ignore the FPS at the moment because it is really bad. Okay, perfect. I could lower the scalability too. That would help a little bit. It's gonna look like potato, but it should be a bit faster. I mean, it's pretty wide. I could just trim it down a bit. Try to get it closer to those edges. Gonna have to rebuild it again, but it is what it is. It can come down a little bit. Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay, that's a positive step at least. That removes a lot of area from being in my worry. I'm gonna pull this out too. Normally we don't pull out, but this time we do. Yeah, we need to make sure this one is pretty tall. We have some higher bits here. I think that's pretty good. Well, this is what I was like meaning, where if we have multiple, I mean, for a smaller world, I think it makes sense to have just one nav mesh volume, but I think if we had multiple, we would only have to update the smaller ones, right? I don't think we have to rebuild all of navigation to update one smaller volume, unless I'm mistaken about that. There might be some faster methods of updating it as well that I could take advantage of. Not sure though. Okay, beautiful. It does kind of look like it is updating only what it needs to. I just need to kind of let it finish the initial process. But it is removing the chunks here. Now let's see. About like that. Pretty good. Now we do want this section to be nav meshed because that's where the AI walks, the NPC. And because these aren't receiving navigation, I don't think it's going to be a huge problem. Why don't you copy location rotation from the piece of wall and then back it up via the local x-axis? That could work too. The reason we don't do that is because that is a smarter thing to do. And that's not allowed on this channel. This is a channel primarily for people who aren't intelligent. So if you are intelligent, please leave. Yeah, only dumb advice here. Right. Imagine being smart, sniffs glue. Exactly. I think that's pretty good. I don't need to go like into too crazy detail over here or anything. They're not going to be able to leave the through those borders anyway, those white borders that you see, so it's not like super important that we get those accurate, but some really weird aspects to these trees and shit. Some of it is just to help trim up the navigable area. Maybe it's like, because I don't know. It makes me feel better, okay? That's the real reason. I sleep well at night. I don't have to drink and cry myself to sleep. Isn't that why we all do things in life? What did Bethesda do? I mean, I think Starfield was just kind of a meh game. I enjoyed my time with it, but I certainly wouldn't play it again unless there was some major changes to the gameplay. But I enjoyed it in the way that it's mindless. It's like, it was just a soulless game. It left no lasting legacy on my mind, other than why wasn't this better? It's weird too, because it had like some systems that were, they have great foundations, and then nothing occurs with them. Nothing is done with them to make them truly exceptional. It's an awful lot of, here's a really good base for a system, and then we're not going to do anything with it. I will say the faction quests in Starfield I think are actually pretty good. I think some of the faction quest lines are really enjoyable. You just see the modern day companies need is Cave Johnson. When life gives you lemons, don't make lemonade. Make life take the lemons back. I don't want your damn lemons. What am I gonna do with these? One of the best rants in video game history is the lemon rant. Here's our cat, by the way, if you guys like cats. This is just a cat. There's nothing else about this that is sinister. It's just me attempting to draw a good-looking cat. This is good. Yeah, exactly. Why does it got two heads? I mean ears. The lemon rant is pure gold. Well, we got our nav meshes. Interesting. Oh, there was one problem here with a... Where is it? I feel like the player has a hard time walking up this. I mean, at no point are the NPCs going to be going here. We need it for animals, mainly, and for any monsters we add. Oh, I should add one to nullify the... underneath the water. Let me do that. Caroline turned barking the rant lines is a neat touch too. Portal 2 is legit one of the greatest games ever made. Came out the same year as Skyrim too, I believe. That should cut out all of the navigation under there. Just to be safe. SBI drama. Might be. It might be. Thing is, like, I don't want the... I might need to move it up just a little bit, because I don't want any animals to, like, run along the side here, and they will. If there's any green, they will do it. I don't think that it's at $60 overpriced. I just think that the game is missing that soul. Needs to come down a little bit. I mean, I don't think the facial animations are nearly as bad as people meme about it being. I think that the main character the main characters that you deal with, not the like random ass NPCs in a game, the animations are pretty decent. I think it's some of Bethesda's best facial animations. But I think the engine is it's like good in some ways and really shit in other ways. The same thing that makes Bethesda games so easy to mod is the same thing that also makes it just not stand up to the scrutiny of the public comparing them to other games. And I will defend that to the grave. Okay, that's better. This is a little bit of a safety zone. Still some wonkiness, but it's not too terrible. I could force it to include this area if I want. Hold on, let me modify that to be default. This should include it once it gets updated. Let's see. Why is that not working? Weird. I guess the other modifier is overriding it. Maybe there's like a priority. Doesn't seem like it. Well, whatever. Animals won't run on that part of the beach. Yeah, it's acceptable. I mean, I could also just tell this to never affect navigation as well. Increase production. I mean, to some extent, right? Because I would defend the production costs of like a game like Red Dead Redemption 2, right? That game was, if you know, Ubisoft meme that Skull and Bones was a quadruple A game. No, it was barely even double A in terms of quality. Red Dead Redemption 2, though, I would say is a in terms of quality, feels like a quadruple A game. And you get Suicide Squad, well. They should have lived up to their name. GTA 6 for sure will be. I think so too. You know, if there's one AAA studio that I really trust to produce quality game at this point, at least for the moment, it is Rockstar. I'm a little miffed that they're cutting back on some of the edgy humor that is in the GTA universe. We'll see what happens with that, I guess, though. Some of these ingredients, I think, have collision, but it doesn't seem to be anything that's affecting it considerably. It's likely to not live up to GTA 5's hype, but at the very least it's going to be a solid game. Probably. I'm still concerned how they're going to handle GTA Online. I mean, number one, I'm not huge into the online anymore now that it's just a pay-to-win grind fest. It was, in my opinion, it was better earlier on. But are they going to like combine the universes? Is GTA 6 going to be a separate, you know, if both games are installed, you can jump between the maps? Does anything carry over? Can you use your cars? Like, I don't know. "10 years difference, same company." I choose left. I am so I wouldn't know. I think it does a what's 5M? Let me put a modifier volume here too. GTA 5 roleplay servers. And I've seen a lot of people really into GTA 5 roleplay. It seems to be a very active community. It's never been my interest to like get into it, but I'm always curious about those types of things just from as a developer and gamer. The ride is just a prototype. Sounds quirky when you haven't tried it, but it's honestly addictive as fuck. It's insane. I've seen like S-Fand playing some of it. And yeah, it just seems like a lot of fun. I don't want anything going up here. Let me put a modifier up on the ridge here. Okay, and then just something small in this corner. Yeah, it's good enough. Do we want anything else to never affect? Well, we can't do that because then things might try to walk through it. I think we're generally okay. There's some weirdness here, and I could make these rocks kind of off limits for navigation as well. I can just see shit getting stuck up here so easily. Tell the animals to stay away. mean, if they can't get from there, they shouldn't be able to get up here either, you know? I would continue to develop in potato mode, just for the performance boost. If it if it didn't just make the stream, it makes the game look like shit for you guys. I think it sends the wrong message about the game's art style. But holy, is the editor performance so much better. I think that's pretty good. This is just kind of a, there's no collision on this mesh right now, so it's fine if things run through it. Mainly I don't want things getting like stuck or just running into places that they shouldn't. Maybe I should remove nav mesh from the player's hut too. I'm dying here. My throat's full of a blue dick boy at the moment. Let's make this bigger. How wide is that? Okay, I think that's pretty good. No? No. No. Actually, that's just at the right height to not mess with the terrain below it. Perfect height. Okay, that looks okay. Things shouldn't get up on these rocks, but we'll see. I really don't want to have to put little nav mesh modifiers on all the small rocks. These could be a problem. These could be a problem. These will be a problem. I mean, I could remove just a giant square. I mean, I could do that. I think I'd rather cut off just a core chunk like this and then touch up the rest with smaller pieces. Like, tell the animals don't get too close to the rocks. You're not gonna get off of them. This is not a play area. No children allowed. These are 18 plus only rocks. Okay, that's pretty good. If any of you are streamers, if this music is your kind of thing, just know that any OSRS or RS3 music like this, not only can you play it in the background safely, you will not get any copyright claims even. So if you do monetize your videos, there's no worry. I just want to make sure too that the inside of the cave is nav mesh, because I think it's okay if things go down in there and are roaming around. It shouldn't cause any problem. It's mostly flat down in there anyway. Look at this mess of boxes. This looks so bad. Fine. Fine, don't think about it. That shouldn't cause an issue. We will hope. I think this is okay down here. We'll monitor it. Like, it does go down in here. There's just a very shallow pool. So I think we're okay. It looks good to me. Looks good to me. And get rid of the potato mode. Yeah, the only thing that this is going to cause that is kind of unwanted and we'll need to fix before the next build is that when Blue Dick Boy spawns, he is just going to follow the shortest path, which for right now is actually pretty similar to his old path. But it'll be very noticeable on his return. Because he's probably just going to walk straight this way. We'll follow him. We'll see if he gets stuck at all. Because at the very least for now, I just want him to function as he should. There's no update on the computer case. Still, I'm kind of considering just telling them to like give me my money back, and then I'll just buy a different case. Because at this point, you know, Dragon's Dogma 2 is going to come out. We're not going to have that new streaming computer. It's just like just walking through the forest. I love it. He'll like walk over here. He'll get, I don't know, we'll see. We'll see what he walks into over here. If I didn't cut this off of the navigation, which I may have forgotten, he's just gonna walk through the mountains a bit. No. Uh-oh. Ludic boy, no! Yeah, he's just phased through the mountain. Gonna pop back up over here somewhere. Where's he gonna be? Oh! Oh no, he got stuck. Wait, why is he stuck? Wait. Wait, what? Oh. This should be nav meshed. Like, he's supposed to reach this point. And he definitely did not reach that point. Why? Well, first maybe I can try to cut this off a bit so that he doesn't walk through the terrain. Gonna look a little weird. But then again, so do I, so. it's, it's so good. Every time. Why is it? What is it with damn farts? Bruh. Did this scare you? I can't every time. At the same time, I clicked send on post, man. That's great timing. That's hilarious. What did he get stuck on over here? I need to test it with... I need to grab him in this point and just move it closer. Move it like right here. Where is that point? I wonder if he's been doing that the whole time, though. I wonder if he's been getting stuck there. And I just didn't notice it. Okay, is he actually gonna go up there now? I think he is. Yeah, he looks like he'll make it. We'll assume he does. Alright, I need to move these back now. There we go. It's better. Well, it might be it for me. I think that's pretty good. I think that's pretty good for today. We can continue working on the some like in-world puzzle and stuff. I don't have anything small to do though. I mean, I wouldn't mind continuing streaming, but I don't have anything small to work on. And I need to think a bit about how I want to do these. And I kind of use my time in the evening or in the morning to plan out my approach to certain parts of this. I mean, we could do the animals tomorrow, maybe. We do have the nav mesh working, like that was the entire point, so. And we do have the working AI for it. We just need to add in the animals and their animations, which I think I have. We could also buy those. We could buy the ones from that asset pack. We do have some Microraptor money to spend on assets. And show them to you guys. It was like these ones, but they're a little expensive. But they do fit the style really well, and they're fully animated. And we get ones for desert and the forest. There was the deserts pack. And the monsters pack. Which have some pretty cute looking characters that we could add in. I don't know how they're animated. Like, I don't know how they walk. Maybe these videos would show it. Oh my god, okay. Thank you. Okay, so they have some idle. They even have attacking, damage, and dying animations too, which would be pretty great if we add that. Okay, so they hop around. They're pretty fucking cute. They can attack back, taking damage and dying. So I mean, like, are they a little pricey? Yes, but I think that they're kind of worth it for having all the animations we would need. Especially once we add the potion combat. There's a forest pack 2 as well. With more cute characters. Definitely worth it considering the hours. Yeah, I mean, they would just work. They would just work. And we don't even need all of them to fight back with the player, but they would just work. So maybe it's worth it. Maybe it's worth it. You know, we don't need to buy a whole bunch, but maybe just like one of the forest packs and one of the desert packs. Yeah, I think it's actually, they're pretty nice packs, and they, like I said, they fit within our style. They are exactly within our style. This is the main place to buy assets like this. So this is just like this is a separate way to search the Epic Games Marketplace. Because this is kind of slow and not very fluid. Then you can sell animations with the middle models. You can sell pretty much everything, yeah, on the Epic Games Marketplace. Oh, and if any of you guys are using Unreal, make sure to get the free monthly products. There's a modular medieval town with interiors. There's an ultimate farming system, DLC and blueprints, renovation simulator, full system, and a characters pack. This looks pretty nice too. With interiors. Pretty cool. You get to keep them forever. You can use them in any Unreal Engine game, and you don't need to, if you don't want to, you don't need to give credit to the creator. And if you work on any projects with other people, like a game jam, or you work on them with a company, you can use them in you can send them, you know, to those friends too. It's actually insane. I could just archive them all over time. Yeah, that's what I do. Although the filter on the library is kind of bad. So at a certain point, I just forget that I have things that might be useful to me. It kind of sucks, but it is what it is. I always just assumed the game devs did it themselves. With like the animations or like the models. Are they at all possible to work in Unity though, because that's my main engine? No, and the license for using them probably wouldn't extend to that. Though sometimes if you go to like the sites where people sell these directly, you scroll through my library. So sometimes the sites where they sell these, they will have them working for Unity and Unreal. Any models were available, but didn't know you could rig and animate them. It's kind of it's a really great thing, right? Especially if you're by the way, hey Travis Bragg, welcome to the stream. If you, what was I saying? It's a great thing if you're prototyping a game or you're working on like a quick, game jam. You can just get all these assets, throw them in, and they just work right out of the gate, right? But you also have to be a little bit careful with buying games or seeing games like Kickstarter, because the easier it is to get to a base level of development, the easier it is to scam people, unfortunately. And we saw that with like the day before, right? How are you? I'm doing good. I'm getting a little tired though, because I'm reaching the end of my streaming limit for the day. It's mainly like I just have to like use the bathroom really badly, and my voice starts to just die. Never been as angry about a game as I was about the day before. It makes me upset. It makes me really upset. But it's more like at the developers who are intentionally trying to scam people by spending like $2,000 on assets, throwing them together, making a trailer, and lying to customers about what they're making. Because then it makes the job for everybody more difficult, and it makes people untrusting of developers that they otherwise could trust. We're looking for waifus now. We could do that. But sadly, it's just very easy to buy a really good-looking environment, throw a couple of things into it, and trick people. I think they actually said it was an extraction shooter, people would have been less mad. I mean, there's that, but it was also just buggy because they bought the assets but didn't know how to use them, right? And that's kind of the danger with using asset packs like this, or systems. I mean, we looked yesterday at like some fantasy. We were just looking like at environments, right? Let's say you have $300 burning a hole in your pocket. You can buy something that looks extremely good. And then, just make the interior look dark. Or even just like this Cyberpunk Gigapack environment for $350. And you know how many people you could trick just by loading up this demo level and saying, this is my new game. So I have to make it myself. You should. could trick so many people with this. And just get some NPCs moving and just get a trailer that makes it look like there's something happening. So how do you do things like environmental lighting and effects with someone else's models, or does that come with them also? You could do some of that yourself, but if you load up this environment, I guarantee 100% comes with this map, which already has its lighting, it has certain areas set up. You can just load this up, make a build, record gameplay. Well, somebody is making a level with this. It's scary, and it's $350. That's not that expensive. And it's easy also to like take a business loan of $5,000. Easy, if you have decent credit. And just buy assets, throw them together, make a Kickstarter. You will absolutely get, with something that looks really good, and if you can trick people with it, it's absurdly easy. Look, you can make your own survival RPG for $350. This comes with everything. I've seen this before. This has absolutely all of it. Look, it's got the skill system, it has combat, it has all of your stats. You can't really see them. I will turn immersion mode on for you guys. It's got it all here. How financially reliable is it making games and pitching them? It sounds quite scary to do. To publishers, it's more difficult. To players, sadly, it's very easy to scam players. Just go on Fiverr and commission someone to make a game, give them asset pack done. Sadly, to some extent, it can be that easy. I mean, this is an entire survival RPG system with fully, you can build stuff, it has menus. Literally, you could just put this over a new environment. And you're done. You're done. You can have a game built for under $1,000. But you won't know, if you don't know how to utilize this and build upon it or fix the bugs, you're not going to be able to do anything with it. And I think that's the thing that a lot of like players don't get when they see this, is they assume that if somebody has this, they know what they're doing with it. And that's not always the case. Look at a lot of $2 indie games and the assets always look like they made it themselves. I mean, I'd rather play a $2 game that I know the developer knows, like built it themselves and they know how to fix the bugs with it, than get drawn into a scam like this, right? The problem is that it's just, this is eye-catching, some of these things. It's very eye-catching. Like Roman environments. Leaping Antidote, thank you for the follow, man. Hold on, wait for it. I see you, Lazy Fangs.
Hello.
There we go. Travis Bragg, thank you for the follow.
We're going shopping.
Lazy Fangs, you triggered it again. Guys, thank you for the follows. We just reached 150 followers. You guys are amazing. I love you guys so much. Hopefully, we can do something, maybe like another Deep Rock Galactic stream would be pretty cool. Well, sorry, I just sat down and your stream was open. No worries. You guys can do whatever you want. Let me unfollow you. No, I mean, this looks great, and I think using assets is not a bad thing. Especially, I think art is a bit more forgivable than, assuming I got rated in from Elite Tech Works. Some people really like to ride those goals, those raids, right? Meow! Surrender, thank you for the follow. What was I saying? I could. To be honest, I'd rather make a dozen or so bad-looking games if it means I can actively practice asset development. Yeah, that's the smart way to do it. And it's like I'm saying, look, you can use art assets. It's okay. Don't let people shame you for doing that. Not everybody's an artist. I'm not one. But if you, it's just kind of a red flag. especially for gamers, I think it's better just to be open and say, look, we bought some of these environments, however, we made the systems in the game ourselves, right? And I think that if you're a player and you're looking at other games, note that assets usually don't cause bugs themselves. It's mostly going to be systems that cause bugs. So if you see developers who buy systems like zombie AI or some shooting system, they may not know how to bug fix it. They may not know how to add on to it safely. So just be aware of that. Be careful about that. Same games mentioned that were $2 did not have much going on in the gameplay. I was more making a comment that I didn't know cheap free assets look this good. Yeah, it's true. 100% true. Plus Unreal gives away hundreds of dollars of assets for every month. Exactly. I forget some of the ones that they gave away recently. Let me look. Because I own some environments. City Environment Mega Pack. Wonder if we can find that one. Price. Yeah, this one is normally $170, this one that I have. And I just own it. Hardship pack was a nice one. It's crazy. It's crazy how much you get for free and can utilize, and you should utilize it to prototype, to help with game jams, to get you started. It's never been easier to get started as in game dev. But you have to balance that with knowing what you're doing to some extent. And certainly don't trick players. Just don't fuck them over. It's getting harder and harder for players to understand what's a game that they can trust is going to get made and is going to be quality. This sadly kind of makes it more difficult for them. Trying to get a solid grasp of multiplayer. Multiplayer's tough. Feels overwhelming to deal with such huge packs though. Yeah, it does. Especially with like trimming them down, because maybe you only need one of the buildings from here or one of the materials, and now you have to load up the entire pack and migrate just that one asset, or I really like the style. I really like the stylization on these materials, actually. It's like stylized realistic. Whoever made this, it looks really nice. I don't know who worked on this. Jesse Storm. I really like your stylization. I actually have a main project I use to add asset packs into and just migrate out whatever I want. I do the same thing. I call it my for importing. I do kind of wish there was a way to do it, I don't know, a bit easier, but I guess it works for right now. Yeah, you'd be surprised what you can get for a few bucks. I mean, we just talked about like the weather system, right? And the weather system was $40. Insane. Pixel art stuff. I think it'd be hard to find pixel art stuff in Unreal. But for Unity or like Godot, oh yeah. If you guys, by the way, are working like with 2D or with Godot, this guy here, Kenny, makes a massive asset pack of all of his like UI stuff, button prompts, little kit bashing kits. And frequently, okay, I wouldn't say frequently, but at least like once a year, he puts this entire pack available completely free. Like 100% free. And just you can follow him on like Twitter, and you can try to snag it, because it's this everything he makes, everything, sounds, interfaces, tile kits, textures, kit bashing, bits, 100% free. It's insane. Absolutely insane. Yeah, itch.io has a lot of good stuff too. And then if you need, I think there's a game jam. All game jams. There's some site for tracking. Oh yeah, the itch.io jams. This has a whole calendar of game jams. So if you're looking to like get into the industry, find some people to work with, this has a very quick way for you to see, okay, Easter Jam 2024. You click on that, you get all the details. Usually they have a Discord community that you can connect up with. Some of them have awards for like winning them. So if you guys are like looking for something, if you really like dungeon crawlers, there's a dungeon crawler jam coming up. Some of them, like this one, has $960 value prize. You can definitely give that a look. Need to find a new job. Got laid off from the last one. Budget cuts. Shit. Are you in game dev? Yeah. Shit, dude. Oh, the game dev industry is a very unstable place right now. Mission programmer for an educational game. It was decent. Did it get canceled? Or did they just have to cut people off? I'm gonna push this, are those on by default? No, I can push changes, okay. Very limited games, so funding wasn't great, okay. Praying I can get my foot in the door when I'm ready. Sounds awful what's happening. It's really hard for juniors, I hate to say it. It's only available to schools in Ohio. Only Ohio. Why didn't they just make it available everywhere? Kind of weird. Ohio. Added nav meshes to entire map. We can chat for the rest of time. Oh, I would say telling people what to do to get into the industry right now. Just work on games. Just work on games, work on game jams, find some people. I know it's difficult. Eventually things should stabilize, but right now it's still, especially AAA, going downhill. Downhill. Getting off the ground, they started locally. MMO game, the kids could work with fellow classmates or compete against other schools. That sounds pretty big in scope. That sounds really big in scope. Yeah, portfolio of games I make is what I'm trying to do. Then I want to graduate. Then when I graduate, I just hope it's all enough. Are you in school for game dev? Or something like related? I'm not gonna do Sudoku. I see the numbers staring at me, okay? Definitely was. They were doing quite well, just not enough funding to keep it going. Yeah, I mean, working on that game with large scope, you would really need a large bit of funding. And I'm not too sure about like the education market, so I don't know how much money flows through that. But maybe it's just not gonna be enough. Doing a game dev degree, yeah, but I'm aware that I need a solid portfolio. I think the degree, and I'm biased against the degree stuff, but I think it's really good for networking and for meeting people your age and your skill level and making games, right? It depends on the where you're getting the degree, right? Because some places might put more emphasis into learning the software, which I think is kind of maybe not the right way to do things. And other places I know do constant teamwork exercises, making games, small game jams, letting people learn as much as they can. So I guess it depends where you're getting the degree. And then you get the network from that, right? And probably some internship possibilities. Sure, after you look Americish for a Polish person, that's because I am American. I am American. I'm from Wisconsin. It's quite creative. Make assets, make games in groups, make GDDs, high concepts. It covers a lot of themes. That's good. It's really good. GDDs are hard. Depends on the game scope, right? Because some GDDs are pretty easy to make, but larger the scope, oh boy. Especially if it's like a systems-driven game, then you need to add a lot of the details about the systems and the way they interplay. Are GDDs even worth it if you're alone? I would say yes. I would say for a couple of reasons. So number one, making a GDD for yourself is, I would say, never a bad thing. If your game, you're gonna forget some things or you're gonna come back. Just documenting what you're doing is great. Number two, GDDs you can put on your portfolio. Helps keep you on task, 100%. Number three, I would say if you ever do bring somebody into your game, you do have it, right? And you can just get them up to date. Here's the GDD, here's the pillars, here's the gameplay loop. This is what we're making. I don't think there's ever a bad case for making a GDD. Yeah. Portfolio especially, right? Especially if you're still in school and you're building up that portfolio. Huge cookie. Did you not know that I was American this entire time? My country degree in game dev IT is as good as prolonging being kid. If you have skills, you shouldn't go for university. Networking is factor too. I think networking is more important than not, though. Especially right now, knowing people, and especially if you're looking for like a new job or looking to get into the right place, having friends in the right places who hear like, oh, game designer job open. I got a friend who's a game designer. He said he needed a job. I can recommend you. And a lot of the good jobs don't come from. A lot of the people who get hired for good jobs don't come from random applications, but come from being recommended from other people in the industry, unfortunately. The jobs from referrals is pretty big. I did not have the skills before uni. It's helping me understand how to make and build portfolio as well. So yeah, I think, like I said, it just depends where you get the degree. And it's better now than it was when I was a kid, where game dev degrees were, they didn't really do much for you. But I don't have a degree at all, so I basically just have to go with what I built. Mods I've worked on, games I've worked on. He's a spy. I am. Hey, music. Did you cut out? There we go. Personally, I think modding is harder than dev. I think it depends on the game, but sometimes, yeah. Sometimes, yeah. And you don't have a financial incentive. Limited access. It can be really annoying to work with. You have to work around a lot of limitations. And you often have to do it yourself. Modding teaches a lot, yeah. I always recommend if people aren't in like a degree or they're just getting started into making games to try modding, you know, just to work on something that already has that foundation built. You mod for Session. I know the devs behind Session. I met them. They were really cool, really chill. Yeah, I know. I met the producer. I think one of the designers and the main programmer. I forget. I forget their names. If I saw them again, I would know them, but they were really nice. They were really passionate. And I know that the way they're producing things, they're doing it the right way. 100%. Mr. Worldwide Raptor. I just happened to meet them because I worked on a game that was being published by the same publisher as them. So we were right next to each other, so we just got chatting and hung out a bit. They were really cool. Nacon, yeah. I would not get published by Nacon again. I didn't like that. I don't mind blacklisting myself from certain publishers. I don't care. I would never accept a deal from them. Put it that way. The people in charge of Nacon are businessmen. They have one goal, to make money. That's fine. But they don't actually care about the games that they publish. Maybe some of the people who work for them do. But the people calling the shots. And I don't want to fight with my publisher for what's best for the players. Not going to happen. I have better publishers I know that I could work with. I think green screen too. I'm not going to be renting this office too much longer though, so I don't think a green screen here would be worth it. I'd have to just move it out. Maybe at my new place though. I still have to figure that out. Because I'll have a better camera, nice new modern, not 15-year-old camera. I can throw a green screen up. Yeah, it would just be like a portable one. It would probably be one of the pop-up ones. Only Raptors confirmed. Okay, so I was thinking of using NVIDIA's broadcast, but I can't use it. I'm streaming from a mini PC. I wish I could show you. Well, maybe I could. I can grab it. Hold on. We're going on a trip. Going on a trip. That is my streaming PC. I don't know if it automatically, yeah, that little box. That thing is huge, yeah. Is it? It's so tiny. Look at it. It's the size of my fist. How do you power it? I don't know how it works as well as it does. I did a lot of research into finding a mini. Sorry guys, my break. I think that's the way it was. I have a really janky setup with multiple USBs, so if my if anything cuts out, just let me know. Two coin batteries. It really works well. Like it can handle 1080p 30 FPS or 720p 60 FPS. I'm surprised because it's just using the integrated graphics to encode. But I have a new PC. I'm just waiting on the case. There's some shipping error, and it has a better processor. And then I'm using my old GTX 970 in it. Just an old 970, but that should handle 1080p 60 FPS for everything. And then all my YouTube uploads will be pretty consistent too. You look pretty with good light. Thank you so much. I do need better lighting. I know that this isn't the best. I'm gonna see how the new camera helps. It's a Elgato face cam, whatever it's called. And if it can pick up my lighting well, then I won't need to get a ring light. But if worst case, I'll get a ring light and shine it on me. I'm gonna say that an RTX 40 series with AV1 is great. I do have a 4070 in this computer, in my work computer, and a 4070 Ti at home. But because I'm doing the separate stream computer, I can't buy another 4070. Okay, I could barely afford those two. Need a new GPU upgrade. I think you're set. 3060 is my bottleneck. You probably have a lot of VRAM with a 3060, right? Might be decent. Okay, so the reason I don't do an all-in-one stream PC is because I'm developing in Unreal, where potentially I might have GPU driver crashes or full GPU or CPU load at a certain time. So this at least will keep the stream consistent, and worst case, you know, drivers could crash, PC could crash, and the stream won't crash, and the recording won't fuck up. So I do it for stability reasons. But I will tell you, it is from easiest to most difficult. It is this easy with one PC setup, and it is this easy with two PC setups. It is way more complex. You have like twice as many wires running. I'm not actually getting my computer's audio through my computer. I'm getting it through the streaming PC. And my microphone is hooked up to my streaming PC. So if I play a game on my work computer with microphone, I can't even talk to the people in the game. It's bad. It's bad. And I don't have a mixer either, so. And then because I have the streaming PC, but I don't have a monitor connected up to it, I can't interact with it outside of my Stream Deck, which I will say, this has changed my life. The Stream Deck is one of the greatest things you can buy as a streamer, in my opinion. It is so good. Just like switching scenes, you know, moving elements around. Absolutely amazing. The Stream Deck is really good, you know, just putting multiple things on buttons, muting audio, changing audio, setting up timers, death counters. The Stream Deck is great. Yeah, there are free ones, yeah. I don't want my phone like on all the time. I guess you could buy like a really cheap tablet and just have it connected all the time. How about Steam Deck? I've considered getting one, but I don't have the money for it. I don't think I would get too much use from it. What I can say is that my games I will make compatible on Steam Deck. Yeah, I think getting a cheap tablet and turning it into a Stream Deck is pretty fair. What can you even get? What can you even get Stream Decks at, or small tablets for nowadays? Amazon. Would it work with like the Fire tablet? It's like that one for 180. That's about the same price. This is really cheap. You just buy like a really cheap tablet and just turn it into a Stream Deck tablet. Damn. Yeah, it'd be a lot cheaper. The only thing I ever do on my stream is sometimes make a picture pop up. I mean, that's fair, right? Like, sometimes the simplicity are the most enjoyable streams, right? Check out Touch Portal. What is that? You can touch my portal. Oh, that's pretty nice. Ubu. Exactly. Probably a scrap. For more than 6 buttons is like $3 a month. $50 Chinese Android thing. I'm gonna go lurk mode. Yeah, no worries. I'm probably gonna get going soon, so you guys can peace out if you need to. I'm gonna be on tomorrow though at the same time, and we'll work on something else. I might do a little bit of refactoring. Maybe finally, you know, maybe have like some actual, I don't know. Maybe refactor the inventory. Yeah, I think stuff like this is really great. I would like to get a physical mixer though, which I might do after, not something like huge, but just something Something simple, right? Like one of these small ones. But I have no idea how to use one, so I'm just gonna have to figure it out. Oh, I didn't even show you guys. Whatever. I wasn't even sharing my screen at that point. Whatever, I'm burnt. I won't faff around for too long. Thank you guys. Thank you for all the follows today. Hydrate? Okay, I'll hydrate. You guys can hear my voice just dying. Streaming is hard. Should I add myself to the list of people that say streaming is the hardest job in the world? Okay, I will say I'm not a fan of some of the people who were making the point of like streaming being hard. I do think streaming is socially draining, more so than some other jobs, which in my opinion was the initial point being made. I know I'm gonna get myself thrown on Twitter for this take, but I do think it is like socially draining. Sometimes the last thing I want to do is go home and talk more. It is what it is. Playing with friends is socially draining, yeah. It's like the same thing. It's just you're spending time talking for like hours and hours. I thought the original point was just that it was socially draining. Okay, and I'm no like Hassan stan, I'll tell you that. I'm not really a fan of his method of communicating with people. Streaming to 0 people is really hard. It's very difficult. You're talking for hours into a void, and if you don't stop talking, somebody might speak back. But if you stop talking, somebody comes in and they see you not talking, they're not going to talk to you. Just turn off the counter. I mean, yes, that helps. Like if you have to pretend that you're speaking to 20 people at all times. It helps that way. Yeah, it's like I'm not gonna defend Hassan about some things, but I would say like I don't know. You just take yours nuanced interpretation to defend that point. Original point is that it is one of, if not hardest. I don't think that was the original point though. I watched the original clip of Hassan. He specifically said that he could go and do manual labor after streaming, no problem. But just that it was socially draining. And I agree with that take. I think it got clipped out of context, and then people took it out of context to say that he was saying it was the hardest job in the world. He was just saying that it was a socially draining job. Yeah. And then, other people defended it, like Asman, but then people just started taking that out of context too, and now people had to defend how difficult streaming was as a whole. I think it flew out of control, and then people were defending points that were never made, and people were attacking points that were never made, when the original clip was just, streaming is socially draining, I could go do manual labor, no problem after streaming, but I don't want to really talk to people after streaming. Which I think is a fair take. You are an active chatter, Lazy Fangs, it's very helpful. I don't think I could do 8 hours of stream a day. 8 hours straight is really hard. Like, your voice goes, you don't really want to stare at screens anymore. And streaming does have its difficulties. Like, it's really hard to focus on streaming when you're also having to focus on chat, right? That's why it's kind of, I kind of hate working on a game while streaming, because I'm trying to focus on like fixing a bug or doing a function, and then you guys ask a question, and it's fine. Like, I'm not telling you guys not to talk to me, but man, it's different. It's different. And I think people who don't think that it's difficult should try doing it because there is a difficulty to it. Every job has its difficulties, right? And its easiness. Yeah. They keep talking, which is why it's tiring. How can all these streamers keep talking for hours? It's really difficult for me to do more than 6 to 8 hours straight, because it's mainly that my voice just dies. You know, maybe I could get some food, I could take a break, I could get a drink, and I could stream more, but I don't know if I could talk more. I had an active chat event and it was bewildering. Active chat event. Just multi-thread, yeah. I just need to upgrade my personal CPU. I'm already used to the fact that I look at my other monitor even when I'm playing game outside of stream. Yeah, you kind of, I think it's really good to like train yourself if you're playing a game at home and you want to be a streamer. Maybe, you know, one that plays games, let's assume. To play the game and speak as if you were streaming. And you'll kind of get into it. Look at a place where your camera would be if you don't have one yet. Build up that rhythm and it kind of becomes natural. And then you just need to stream. You need to get that experience. Some people were really active for some reason. I really like when that happens though. Talking about iPhones, poop, and magic wands in no particular order. iPhone, poop, and magic wands. Are these related? I'm a blabbermouth naturally, so streaming is easy to me. I used to stream like 8 years ago or something, whatever it was, I don't remember. And the most I could do was 2 4-hour streams a day. And I usually broke them up into like different games. So I wasn't streaming game dev, I was just streaming gaming. And I find it a bit easier now. Yeah, Baby Raptor, exactly. You can still find those. I think you can still find those streams, by the way. I'm not going to tell you how, but I think you can find them. And, because on YouTube. Now I feel like it's a bit easier to stream game dev because I feel like I have a purpose. Before I had trouble streaming just gaming because I felt like I wanted to be developing a game. So maybe I wasn't fully like passionate about it, but now that I'm developing a game, I feel really passionate about streaming. And I can come in here and I know it's going to be a long day and it's going to be exhausting, but it's a good kind of exhaustion because I know that progress is being made. Voice tends to give in after 3 hours. Yeah. My voice is already starting to go today. Do throat exercises. Don't worry, I do. Just deep throat exercises really get in there. God damn it. I have some like medicines that's like called Jellovox, which is like tablets that are meant for like singing. And so you take them and I'm gonna describe what it feels like and we'll just let chat have their way with that. It like expands like foam in your mouth and coats your throat to where you don't feel anything. Like it's not numbing. It just seems to prevent the vibrations from causing pain. Very interesting stuff. Very interesting. Hey, it really feels like you're... What's a good way to put it? It's like you've slimed up your throat, but not in a way that you can't speak or that you need to cough, but in the way that, I don't know, I just need to stop talking. It just sounds worse the more I get into it. Manuka honey dissolved in hot water. Yeah, honey's really pretty great. Plus it tastes good. Gamer goo your throat. It's really what it is. It works. It is functional. But it's weird. Have you ever, you know, like the, I don't know how to put it. Just, if you guys can get some of this, I don't even know what the active ingredient is. But just chew on one. Just chew on one, you'll see it. Feels weird when you swallow saliva. It's kind of like that. It's like you have this like giant bit of saliva in your throat and I don't know. Just take this, just clip this entire thing out of context. Just somebody do it. I'm just waiting for it. You guys have been great today. I really like hanging out with you. It's, you know, I got my start streaming. Everybody gets their start streaming to 0 viewers, right? But as you build up that audience, it becomes more fun to stream. It's like I have you guys are my purpose just as much as making the game. I would still be doing it even if nobody was watching. But, and I'm not trying to chase like the viewers, right? I'm not putting in, I don't know, shit that isn't happening or doing crazy stuff, pranks, lighting fireworks on stream. I'm not trying to get the viewers. I'm just trying to make my game and have viewers who want to watch that and enjoy it. Quick, do something manly. Okay, I can like, let's drink a whole bunch of Soplica. Ah, that aftertaste. Ugh. They did something. They changed that formula. I swear, Soplica Vishnivka used to be good. It is cherry vodka. This cherry flavored vodka. It's bad. Like, I've had good, you know, Vishnivka, cherry flavored vodka. This is not good. This is bad. I need to like get some Pepsi or something to mix it with. The stream is a race between creativity of doing game dev and alcohol. It is. That is pretty true. I'd rather have plain vodka and use a mixer. That's honestly, that is better than this. Like the initial taste is sweet and it's okay. It's okay. But the aftertaste is like the worst medicinal cherry flavor you can get. The worst. I will never be buying that again. Okay, let me do 5 push-ups. I have to pee really badly too. You guys are making me do this. 2, 3, 4. I did it, Mom. Childhood medicine flash. That's exactly what it is. We previously had the lemon raspberry one. This one was good. This one was drinkable on its own, although I mixed it with. I know you can't say. Oh, okay. You won't be able to see it yet. You have to trust me on that. But the cord for my camera is like this long. But maybe if I get like a better streaming studio setup, I can have like my main camera, and then like we can have like the under the desk camera for the OnlyFans for the subs, right? And then we can have like a top down view for my cleavage and for when I do push-ups. Maybe that would work really well. For the sub, exactly. Yeah, you have to sub to get the under the desk view. What about the DOMs? Get out of here. You need a G-string that barely covers your anal folds. Oh my god. Did anybody see that? It happened a couple days ago. There was a streamer. It's hard to say she was playing Valorant. Valorant was on the screen, but it was a tiny part of the screen. What was mainly on the screen was ass. Covered by the thinnest piece of fabric ever. Okay, here is the hole. Okay, here's the hole. Here's the fabric. Okay, that's essentially what this stream looked like. And well, she got banned. So she was playing tightrope with Twitch TOS. Something was tight. I take the back. Can't cut that. She was dick whispering. That's just God. I don't know. I watched like one clip of it on livestream fails, and then I was like, why? I don't think it'd be safe to cut. Yeah, maybe not. It was a pretty hairy ass too. Go on record saying that they're way your bra bender those. Damn it, lazy fangs. I'm just saying, like, if you're gonna show your ass on stream, I don't think having like a 4K camera on your butthole with the hairiest ass I've ever seen. Oh, look, it burned into my brain, okay? It's been burned into my memory. It's gonna take weeks to forget this. I need some new Twitch drama to forget this. Maybe that's what she wanted. She wanted to be remembered, and now she was remembered. It reminds me I have to record some OnlyFans content. Only developers, only game devs. What would be a good only game devs content? Would it be like a really smooth animation? Like, okay, I would say unsafe C++, but I think something really good would be like a character opening a door, like door animations. Like that's dirty. That's nasty. I could be like a nasty game dev. I could show like my dirty blueprints. Like, look at this function. Ooh, it's so gross. Look at this axis violation on this array. You like that? You like that, bitch? Really into door animations, I can't lie. It's kind of crazy that the weirdest things are the hardest things to handle for devs, like stairs. Good stair animations, like, you know, moving upstairs. Doors. You see that FPS dip? Yeah, did you see that? That was 6 FPS right there. I can unoptimize it more, you dirty bitch. Want me to refactor that, you bad boy? Oh my god. We can't do that. I think we're onto something. Did you hear that in Twitch Korea, they gave because you know Twitch is pulling out of Korea, right? Which pulling out of Koreans is certainly something that I didn't think would be on the bingo card this month, but Twitch is pulling out of Korea and they are giving them 2022 calendars as like parting gifts. You guys see that? Like, they just gave them old calendars. Like, sorry, see ya. Here's a calendar from 2 years ago. I don't know what Twitch is up to. Twitch does some crazy shit. Okay, let me look at my calendar. Perfect if they develop time machines. March. What day is it today? 14th. We have 1 day left in this week for development, as you, if you weren't aware that Friday is the last day of a week. I might stream some on the weekend, we'll see. I have a little bit of work to do this weekend. But I want to finish Pacific Drive, and I can't finish Pacific Drive. So maybe I'll stream some Pacific Drive on the weekend so we can finish that before Dragon's Dogma 2. I did purchase Dragon's Dogma 2 already. So it'll be ready to go. And then we have 3 more days, Tuesday through Thursday next week. Pre-purchased. It was pre-purchased. I have pre-given my money to them. I have pre-made my characters. We made Becky and Yolanda. Okay, so for people who are new, we played Dragon's Dogma 1, and we made the characters of Becky and Yolanda. So Yolanda is our main Arisen He is a short simp for his queen, Becky. She is tall. She is a goddess. She will never date him. But he thinks that she will. But he's always afraid. He's always afraid he cannot have any other men in the party because that might ruin his chances with Becky. So he always looks sad, right? I can show you their faces. We've remade them in Dragon's Dogma 2. Yeah, there is very deep lore here. Did I upload it? Oh, I don't think I uploaded it yet. Twitch VODs. We will go to Twitch VODs. Don't you dare autoplay my stream. Here we go. This is a VOD channel now. That's Becky. We were working on, oh, here's here's Yolanda. Now he is an absolute Giga Chad. See, he always has that like sad face look. He just looks like he's dying inside. And then we have Becky here. She is our fighter goddess. She is massive. She is so tall. And he is the opposite. He is extremely short. Kind of hard to see her. She's pretty. She's nice and pretty. She is a queen, and he is the exact opposite. He's a hunched over little goblin of a man. And so we'll be playing Dragon's Dogma 2 on the day it comes out, and for as long as we need to beat it. Decided to make an interesting thing with fangs for our characters, oh yeah? And then of course, as usual, the last day of the month, which in this case is the 29th, because I won't be streaming on Saturday or Sunday, we will be doing the Kickstarter reviews. So if you want to see us get wasted and find a whole bunch of GPT developed games and scams, great stream for that. We also find some good games that you should support, but it's not that many. Not that many compared to the idiots who write 5 sentences in ChatGPT and then ask for $200,000. $4:04 p.m. guys. I gotta get going soon. Make your final request in chat. Play the art with reverb sound. And while you guys are doing that, I will say, if you guys like what you're seeing, please consider giving us a follow. It means a lot. You can catch up to date. You can catch when we're live and keep up to date. That's always good. It's always good. If you want to see any of our previous days, they're up on YouTube, and we do some games sometime. I can't do my outro if you guys are just playing farts. Where was I? We have YouTube. Don't do that. Don't you dare do that. So you can catch us on YouTube to see. Damn it. God damn it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. I will ban that sound. I won't do it, but I will try. There better not be any more farts. That is the last fart for today. That is the last one. No more. I have power. I can remove that sound alert. Put it behind paywall. Yeah, I'll put it behind 1 bit. Okay, that's a good one.
Talisman!
That is a good one. That one is the voice acting from Dragon's Dogma 1. Ooh woo! Thank you, Turbo. So I don't even know what I was saying. Look, we're gonna be on tomorrow at the same time, 9:30 a.m. roughly, Central European time. More game dev, and then soon next week we will have Dragon's Dogma 2. Man, oh dude, that's so sad now. Rip Toriyama. Why did I make that 500 points? It's so cheap.
Rock and stone, everyone!
Rock and stone. Okay, so I will see you guys tomorrow. Take care. Please be safe. Please be lovely. Eat your vegetables. Drink alcohol. Is this what we're doing? Is this how we end the stream?
嘘が下手なくせに笑えない笑顔を見せた I love you もろくに言わない口下手でほんまに不器用なのにどうしてさよならは言えたの
So great though.
ダメだねダメよダメなのよあんたが好きで好きすぎてどれだけ強いお酒でも歪まない思い出がバカみたい
It's so sad.
バカみたい
I love you, chat.
ほんとバカね
I may have been a fool, but I love you.
信じ
I know I did 2 line traces when I should have just done 1. And it caused performance issues for 30 days. I'm sorry.
女のふり
I know it's just a prototype.
夜風浴びる一人になって3年が過ぎ街並みさえも
This is so ridiculous. Okay, the video's still going.
なのにどうして未練だけ置き去りほんまにろくな男やない
Sing it, Sergio.
恋の指輪外しますざまみのせいせい
Turn off the light! Turn it off! Stop it!
いい加減
Turn off the light!
待ってても
Let's go.
バカみたいダメだねダメよダメなのよあんたが好きで
Stop
好
it!
きすぎて
Turn it
どれだけ
Get out of here!
強いお酒でも歪まない思い出が
No, ads. No, replay it.
ほんまに
No, not that
ろ
one.
くな男やない
Okay, we go.
揃いの指輪外しますざまみろせいせいするわなんなのよこの涙
It will cue the alerts. We're about to hear a lot of farts, I promise you. Perfect. Thank you, Lazy Fangs. What a beautiful way to end the stream.
Mr. President, wake up.
Wake up. Stop it. The gas chamber. God damn it, you guys. Turn the screen. I have to turn the light back on. Oh shit, flashbangs. Shit. God damn it, you guys. This is what you want YouTube to remember you as. This is what you want the last thing to go through the YouTube. This is just farts and Bakamita. It worth it. How many of these are queued up? How many did you guys play? Oh my god. Okay, there's 2 more. God damn it, you guys. Alright, that's it. That's it. That's it. I'm going. That's it. That was the last one. I'm going home now. I'm uploading the videos. God damn it. This is this bad. I'm a CEO of a company. How many of these are there? What is it? Is it broken? Does it keep playing these? Okay, there's 2 more. Okay. Damn it, you guys. All right. Last one. Come on. You ate the beans. You had the fruit. I get it. Come on. We entered the fart loop. Now I understand microtransactions. I mean, thankfully these are just channel points. These are just Raptor Bucks usage, but so silent. I am going home. I am going home. Your Raptor Bucks are free, thankfully. That's what I'm editing now. I'm quitting after this. You get that. That was the last one. You get the Kamehameha. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye bye. No. We do not end the stream on a fart. No, I'm playing Rock and Stone, and then we're going.
If you don't rock and stone, you ain't coming home.
That's it. Nope.